BC champ has left fans baffled having retired, then saying he will return for a £200 million bout with Anthony Joshua, then making a U-turn on that to suggest he would only be interested in exhibition events. He has now claimed he would take on his fellow Brits for the audacious sum of £500 million. And that's the news brief. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Comic Republic is a Nigerian startup where we tell African stories. We push the African narrative forward through a traditional art form that is popular all around the world, which is comic books.
We kind of write stories that everybody can find a bit of themselves somewhere in there. You know, when you read our books, you will always be able to find one book that you are able to connect with, even if you are not an African. It's not just for Africans alone, but it's the African narrative. That's really what we do.
We take the process of telling our stories, you know, making our comic books engaging. We do it professionally and we take it as a business. We're growing bigger every day.
You know, we try to make sure that all of our comics, all of our content has a positive message underlying them, even apart from all the action, all the punching, and all the superheroics.
Right now we have close to 48,000 downloads per comic book. We get between 5,000 to 7,000 unique visitors every week. Nigerians have been really excited to see people in Nigeria creating heroes from Nigerians, telling Nigerians that we can be everything we need to be if we only try. The comic business actually has a wide range.
One of the major things that actually helps us to move forward here is the fact that we are more than just a team, we are a family. And family is everything. We understand ourselves, we know what we're meant to do when we're meant to do, and we get them done.
The first and foremost vision for Comic Republic is to take control of the African narrative. Who are the biggest superheroes you know today? You're looking at Spider-Man, Captain America, and Superman. If you look at the colors of their uniform, they're all the colors of the American flag. If you look at where those people come from, they come from America. This is a way that a country has from generation to generation, you know, program their people to believe that they are strong and they are efficient. We want to do the same with Comic Republic. That's what we want to do at Comic Republic. That's our vision. And until we're number one at that in the world, we're not going to stop.
Hello and welcome to What Are You Saying? #Ways, where we talk about topics in the news as it affects us all. I am Usayo Mesale. Happy Democracy Day, ladies.
Hello.
And I have finally back on set our Honorable Milola. Damilola Otubanjo.
What's up?
Oh my goodness, it's been ages.
Yes.
Now we actually did miss you.
We missed you.
I miss my ladies.
So tell us, how has it been since after the primaries and all of that?
We had the primaries. It was some experience, you know. But when you go on that kind of journey, you're able to understand what's going on better than a lot of people that are speculating.
Yeah.
And one of the things that I discovered about that life is hope is a bad thing. Hope is a bad thing.
Hope is not a strategy.
Hope is a bad thing. A lot of people have hope. They don't have understanding. The hope that someday something is going to change. The belief that somehow things are going to get better. If you do not understand the fact, if you don't understand the situation, you can keep hoping till you pass out, till you literally die. And you know, you go into a meeting, you hear an outcome, you go out, you hear people have hope. And sometimes you don't want to dash their hope and just smile. Say, it's going to be fine. Well, you know that
It's not going to be fine.
it was an experience for me. I learned a lot, and I'm grateful I did take that bold step.
It is a big step.
I have no regrets.
And the good thing about it is that, you see, when you try things like that, you are never back to square one. So you are like 10 times.
You have the experience, you have the platform.
Sometimes it depends on how you process it and what you do afterwards. If you run back out of the race, out of disappointments, you can go back to square one.
Yeah.
You can go back to square one.
Sure.
But if you understand that it's not personal, it has nothing to do with what I can do or what I did not do right. It's just the way the system is.
You are just trying to serve.
Yes, and you know that it will take time before people catch on you. And change is not something that a lot of people embrace, even though we see so much about we want change. We really are not prepared for change.
Absolutely.
Sure.
How are you, Manny?
I'm
What did you do
fine.
today?
Today, I worked. Yeah.
Oh, really?
Yes, I did work. Prepared agreements, and no, I'm a business owner. I'm not waiting for someone to pay me a salary at the end of the month. I have to make it. So I worked. Yeah. Thank you.
I'm so glad I have you on my team.
Yes.
You mess with me, I sue your ass.
Please call me.
Lola, you're back.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Democracy is not an easy form of government because it is never final. It is a living, changing organism with a continuous shifting and adjusting of balance between individual freedom and general order. Right? That's the quote for today. We're asking the question, how have we fared? You know, can we say that our democracy is a success in Nigeria? Now, the core of democracy is the principle of popular sovereignty, which holds that government can be legitimated only by the will of those whom it governs, although the current political reality of the country may beg to differ. So yesterday, June 12, was Democracy Day, and today, Milola, Manny, and I are here to discuss the topic. Has democracy succeeded in Nigeria? We'll do that But first, let's take a break to see what we found in the news.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408, or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
All right, so International Albinism Awareness Day is marked every year on the 13th of June to bring awareness among the people about albinism and the rights of people with albinism. Abi, that's it. different types of events are organized to educate people and celebrate people with albinism who still face human rights violations in the mid-2000s. There were reports of violent attack and murders of people with albinism in Tanzania. The attacks were advocated with the belief that people with albinism possess magical powers. As a result, in 2015, 70 people were killed and even more were harmed. Now, due to this, the Tanzania Albinism Society and other NGOs came together to lobby for the rights of people with albinism. Now, the day first became official when the UN General Assembly adopted a resolution in 18th of December 2014 that proclaimed 13th of June as International Albinism Awareness Day with effect from 2015. Whew. Beautiful, beautiful, beautiful people. So I had a friend in secondary school, a classmate, I'll call her. She was completely black. Her sister was completely white. You know, we had a lot of those people in families. But I don't know. It seems to be prevalent in certain demography, like the Yoruba people.
I don't think so.
Right?
I think it's
all tribes,
yeah,
right? But I've hardly seen any. Yes, but yes.
You don't even find it anywhere. It just brings up someone just.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think what they say is it skips generations.
Yeah.
Yes, and then just appears. One of my very good friends till now is an albino, and he's very, very good.
But the only thing I always say to them, please protect your skin. Wear loads of sunscreens because again, a lot of them suffer from skin cancer.
Yeah.
I remember one of my friends, family friends, he passed on, as a result of skin cancer. So because because they don't have any form of melanin or whatever, so no protection,
no top layer.
So you have to actually. That's why a lot of them avoid the sun. So when you see them start to have patches, all those, it's the effect. So I think,
So that means it's even better to just leave Nigeria altogether.
Yeah, or stay away from there. Just, stay away. Yeah. It's okay, so who are we starting with? Milola, what did you find for us in the news?
Okay, let me
Why don't you welcome back?
Welcome back. Okay. What I have in the news is about today's situation, and it goes to talk about power. Blackout as national grid collapses for the 6th time in 2022. What month are we in again? May.
June.
So we've had like an average of one timeout collapse a month this year. It's quite sad. Considering the state of the economy, considering the size of our economy, it is not acceptable to find ourselves having such situation, but this is what we found in the news. And this is from the Justice Disco. This is, dear esteemed customers, the management of Just Electricity Distribution PLC wishes to inform the general public that the current outage being witnessed as a result of system collapse. We hope to restore supply as soon as supply is restored. Thank you for your understanding and cooperation.
So does this explain?
Because
I saw an animation today. I was wondering what was it, but I didn't even have the patience to read it. I saw, how you do skipping rope, where somebody will be at the other end and I will be at the other end with the rope.
You're looping.
So what the animated image was, one they then put up that picture. What do they call the mast?
Okay.
One mast of the power line and another mast of the power line.
Oh
They were looping the cable, and while another one was dancing and jumping in the middle. So now I understand what happened.
So that means there's no life.
Nothing. It becomes a playground for children.
Oh, wow. I saw that. I was wondering, why did they do this? You know, so now I understand it.
Now, one thing I do not understand is every state have their distribution companies. And this letter is from Jos Disco. I wonder how it affects Lagos particularly, because since last night we've not had a win.
You really think it
because
affected
there's a
Lagos?
connection. Because if it's the transmission company, I can understand. If the distribution companies has a power outage, there's something wrong. Is that we're not getting the correct information as to the state of the light, or what is really responsible? Because once the transmission networks is active, it is only the particular disco that serves a particular area that should be affected. It's not something that is supposed to spread across the entire country.
We'll need to see.
So for me, I think our problem is we lack accountability and the right information that is being put in the public space. And because a lot of the time Nigerians just pass this thing information over and they never question them.
So yeah, I think
it doesn't make sense.
I have
to
a
me.
few friends in the Ministry of Power. It now would be the right time to actually, because this is actually alarming. So if you say in 6 months, it means that every single
one
why
month
must we have
power?
So that means there's a problem. Do you know what the problem is? Are you trying to fix
solve
the problem?
Yes, absolutely.
So normally nothing happens in Nigeria. We will still have a 9th one in September and a 10th one in October.
Absolutely. All right, so Manny, your story, please.
No PVC, no church.
Whoa.
Yes,
seriously?
I like that.
You want to call for your video quickly?
Yes, it's a video. I think there's a picture. Yeah, so a Catholic priest sends back members without PVCs. A video has gone viral on social media showing a Catholic priest asking members without their PVCs to return home. The video has been shared by multiple Twitter and YouTube users, although the details remain sketchy as to where and when the occurrence took place. I think we already know where and where.
It
was in Jos, yes, Plateau. The Catholic priest in the video was seen at the entrance admonishing members of the church that henceforth persons who want to partake in Mass must have their PVC on them, and if they do not have, they should not even bother coming to church.
Wow.
So this occurrence has stirred both negative and positive reactions from Nigerians. Some have hailed the Catholic priest for his effort in ensuing voter awareness and sensitizing his community to the ongoing political process ahead of the 2023 general elections, while some have chastised him for doing such in a place of worship, accusing him of contravening the human right to freedom of association of the congregation. So what do you girls think? Did he do good or bad? Okay, let me read the last part, the most recent news. However, in a statement released, the Director of Communications of the Diocese, Reverend Father Andrew Diwan Danjuma, stated that the action of the priest does not have the approval of the bishop, nor is it a policy of the diocese. The statement adds that the action of the bishop stance is regretted.
So it's a disclaimer.
So what do you think?
Yes.
So for me, I've said it. I don't know how many million times I will say it. I will keep on saying it. Even what the priest is doing, yes, it's a good start, but it is already too late. I mean, Damilola can testify to it. If she had cerebral minds as delegates at her primaries, we would not be speaking this English. By now, she'd be planning to win an election.
Yeah, but,
right?
but you know that the delegates have succeeded in handing us these people. But are you trying to say it's too late at this point?
At this junction
In
of saying,
choosing
so yeah,
from the
because
people they've handed
because
to
guess
us.
what? We are going back to square one where we are always going to choose between the devil and the deep blue sea. Do you
Yeah,
understand?
but
I like the awareness.
Yeah.
But I'm saying to everybody that cares to listen, this is not, and I'm not even about 2023. I'm focusing on 2027 and beyond.
Thank you.
Can we start to advocate that before you enter the church, produce your, what's it called? Party card.
So your support party card.
Party card.
Okay.
Produce your, it is not about the PVC right now.
PVC
right?
is
PVC is good.
overrated.
It is overrated.
Trust me, people do not know that your PVC is not as important as your understanding of the political system that we operate
Thank you.
in and our desire to participate. A lot of people, I see people clamoring for PVC, and I say, is it really about PVC? People can take PVC, but will they go out and vote?
It is, see, even if they go out to vote,
are they aware if their level of participation has any meaningful or significant impact to the electoral process? For me, it's beyond PVC. I saw a post by one of our lady on social media, really agitating and everything. I said, if I'd never stepped out of the box
you wouldn't
to
know.
go into politics, I would not understand what is going on. And just like when you said the delegates have given us people, the delegate did not give us anything. The people that picked the delegates gave us the people that picked the ticket. So I found out real
hand experience
that primaries is a selection process. It's not an election. The party, the government, the people, the key decision makers decides who gets a ticket. So even the delegates are just running an errand. They're just following instructions.
So it actually starts from the ward.
The power is not even entirely in the hands of the delegates. So when you do not understand how interlocked this thing is, you will start to address the fruits when really we should go down to the roots.
Absolutely. On that note, we leave it there. So I've said this, the politician has said it. So my story is from the desk of the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Okay.
And he says our democracy in the country is growing, you know. So he made reference to this while he was giving a speech represented by his boss Mustafa, right? The secretary to the Federation. He was represented at the speech where he was giving an interdenominational church service in Abuja. He stated this, and according to him, Nigeria rose to the occasion where colonial powers subjugated the people and lorded over the resources. He said Nigerians rose to the occasion following the ravages of civil war to rebuild a country, no matter how imperfect. He said that we rose to the occasion when enduring military dictatorship pushed us to the edge of extinction and negotiated our way into a democracy that provides a platform for us to build a country we can all be proud of. And he said that, you know, the 2015 was the first time a sitting president will be in power, and, you know, there will be a successful transfer of power without any rancor. And again, he also mentioned the just concluded primaries, that, you know, the fact that we are, you know, we ran primaries and they were not court cases and all of those things flying all over the place. It tells us that our democracy is growing, you know. So he says our democracy was hard won by Nigerians from the trenches of the 6 geopolitical zones. Our struggles for a better country was always been detribalized. So he says it is important to note that our commemoration of Democracy Day was recently moved, again, by this same administration from May 29th to June 12th in honor of the political leaders that fought, you know, from the South. So, I like it.
Is our democracy really growing?
That's why I took this story. So democracy works all the more so in a heterogeneous union like ours through negotiations and compromises carried out in good faith, and each year brings us closer to a more perfect union, a more mature democracy. So I'm going to ask that question again. Have we had a successful run when it comes to democracy? And that's the conversation we're going to be having when we come back from the break. Stay with us. All right, thanks for staying with us. Many forms of government have been tried and will be tried in this world of sin and woe. No one pretends that democracy is perfect or all wise. Indeed, it has been said that democracy is the worst form of government, except all those other forms that have been tried from time to time. This was a quote by Winston Churchill. Now, according to an online publication, in the Nigerian context, democracy is something much talked about, a set objective pursued with apparent vigor, but not yet attained. Now, for almost half a country, almost half a century, Nigerians have been searching for democracy through constitutional reforms and intricate political engineering and experimentation spelled out in successful or successive transition programs. Now, they have, however, been continuously disappointed because, according to John Garner, in the quote, he said, or Gardner, he says, democracy is measured not by its leaders doing extraordinary things, but by its citizens doing things extraordinarily well. Now, do the citizens really matter in all of these things? So today we want to hear what you have to say about our democracy in Nigeria. Do you think it has succeeded? Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081-803-84663. You can also tweet at us at WaveShowAfrica1 with the hashtag WaveShow. So this is actually interesting. Now, why I particularly took the story about the Vice President saying that our democracy is growing was based on the topic that we're having today, asking if our democracy has succeeded, right? So, so he made a lot of statements, the parameters he used, you know, how successful government, you know, I mean, there was a president in power, and there was successful overturn of that party, and there was no rancor, peaceful transitioning. You know, he talked about that in the last couple of weeks, primaries have been held by political parties, big and small, across the country without violence, rancor, or prevalence of bitter court cases, as have characterized the process in the times past, right? So he says we are growing. And he said the social contract between government and the people with the ballot arbiters is daily being strengthened. So he's trying to also give credit to the power of the thumb and the electorate and all of that. So the combined effort of the government, the people, and civil society across federations are bringing us closer to our highest democratic ideas and aspirations. So this is a day for gratitude and hope, a day to remind ourselves that what was once thought impossible of Nigeria has been proven possible, and that what is yet considered so is well within our grasp. Now, he said we only have to keep moving forward, each one of us playing our parts, he added. Now, so I went on Google and I searched what are the parameters that can tell you that a democracy is successful, right? Now, he says some important factors are these, which are responsible for success of process of democracy. It says election. It is the fundamental basis of democracy. It says political freedom, right? It says education. It says development of means of communication, independent judiciary, accountable administration. Now, freedom to form political parties. If I were to go by these parameters, I beg to...
Because for me, we are here on the show to share our knowledge and also to learn from one another. I didn't have the pleasure of doing that research that you did, and it's very enlightening to see the angle with which you're bringing to this point. The Vice President, I have a huge respect for him, and I salute his courage for throwing his hat in the ring to run for the role of a president, irrespective of other people's opinion. For me, primaries happen before primaries actually happen.
Talking from experience.
That's why you can say we had a stress-free, itch-free, violence-free primaries, because before our primaries, the presidential primaries was actually conducted, they had to move it like 2 or 3 times. And that is to ensure that there's some level of control and understanding of the outcome. It wasn't even about the consensus.
The outcome.
Of the outcome of that election. And for me, for the first time, I was on the field. It was an experience for me. I actually witnessed a primaries that is not like a usual primary. Yes, yes. I can say that with every sense of sincerity, not as a politician, but as an independent observer who took the trouble to say, let me go and see what we're doing. Unlike the last one we had, when it was the chairmanship, everybody knew it was a consensus. It was just fulfilling righteousness. But this primary actually was an experience. But I'm saying this to say that we have a successful election is one of the things that you mentioned in the criteria for a democratic country. It is beyond that. You mentioned education, you mentioned accountability. If we have to use expression, freedom of
to form political parties,
if we have to use those parameters, I'm afraid we have not been successful as a country when it comes to democracy. And I do not think, personally, we need democracy. Personal opinion.
Okay, we'll come back to that because again, I wish Uti was able to make it to the year because you know Uti has always said that we do not need democracy. We need something in between military and democracy.
Yes.
So the way democracy is structured and where we are as a people, we are not ready.
We're not prepared for
how democracy should be practiced. But let me hear your thoughts, your initial thoughts, based on the parameters that I read, right? Because you want me to come back on it again?
No,
okay.
no.
Yeah.
It's okay. See, for me, I'm going to define what the dictionary says democracy. So I do not think that democracy has succeeded in Nigeria in the context of what democracy really is. The dictionary says is a system of government by the whole population or all the eligible members of a state, typically through elected reps. So for me, I would say it's supposed to be a government of the people, by the people, for the people.
Absolutely.
Is that what we have? Absolutely no. No. So if that is not, it's not for the people.
I don't think so. Reason being that if you fail to perform your duty, you do not blame another person for making a decision.
Yes, yes. So
our people are in time past neglected their civic duties and responsibility. And they keep crying wolf that government are subserving them. When we were talking about this PVC conversation, trust me, a lot of Nigerians are not even aware of what their roles, their boundaries, the constituency they belong in.
The power they hold.
But guess what?
It's not about democracy not happening because some people are not making it happen. It's because the people are not responsible and not responsive.
I would not say that.
Okay. Can I have you punch your argument?
Wait, you will come in. But you know, see, Milola, you know why I say that.
Okay.
At the end of the day, how old is Nigeria? Come on. How old is the US? So we are trying. Yes, no, it's valid. Like you said. Yes. So I'm going to get back to that in between. I think in between makes a lot of sense until we are ready because it's a journey. But right now, I think there's still room for growth, no doubt. You know, we're talking about it with Uti the other time, and we're talking about how these politics work in other parts of the world, especially in the UK. People die, they kill the whole generation. It's brutal. So I think that we are still growing, especially in Nigeria, it's known as a very corrupt nation. So you must see one or two, corrupt practices. But I think that we are not yet mature. We are getting there. We are copying the US system.
Verbatim. And
it's supposed to be how old is the US system?
Over 200 years.
Thank you. How old is Nigeria?
Yeah, 60.
So I think that what we need is, like you said, it's supposed to be for the people, by the people, a government of the people. Now, who are the people? The people need to know that they are part of this thing. What we are doing right now is we are sensitizing people. So the Reverend Father, that just said no PVC, no church. Do you know what he's doing? He's sensitizing the public.
He's not doing it the right way.
He might not be. No. I don't think he's doing it the right way. He might not be doing it the right way. But let me tell you something. He has created awareness, whether you like it or not.
So it doesn't work.
I want to punch a hole on your argument.
Result is a
so let me punch a hole on your argument, Milola, where you said that the people neglected what it is that they're supposed to do, when you were talking about the people. So in other climes, from a toddler, as soon as you are 2 years old,
educated.
So that part of education, when I was listing the parameters.
Do we not have government courses in school?
No, hold on.
No, we do not.
We don't have
I did not.
Do we not have history?
I did not.
So let me explain something to you.
Okay.
A responsible government would educate her people.
Inculcate it
in
the plan.
First of all, when you go abroad, when you are abroad, they look forward to turning 18 because they know
it's their right to vote.
I am excited about it, and I'm going to get my voters, authority to be able to vote for any government, right? So if you as a government, you have not educated, and that's why I beg to, to disagree with the what's it called? The vice president, you understand?
Yes.
Okay. No, I know, even the vice president, okay. I also disagree with the fact that you say Nigerians have neglected.
Yes.
We do not know. Ignorance.
Ignorance is bliss.
The amount of ignorance that is playing out, even older people. Let me tell you something. You said it is because you entered the field. You began to see firsthand.
So you know things that we don't know.
You remember, Manny, I was saying on this table that I didn't even understand. Even when we brought in experts to explain the delegate system, I still did not understand what it meant until I was observing your elections, observing everybody's elections.
And whose responsibility is that?
So hold on, that's what I'm saying.
We've gotten to the...
Is that the government's responsibility?
Yes, it's the government.
Is it the school's responsibility? We need to put this responsibility in the right quarters. If not, we're having cross-cutting issues.
Let me
and we'll be passing
which is what we are doing now.
From one person to the
other. So that is what we're saying.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Who is in charge of the school curriculum?
Thank you.
That says that it must be mandatory that a child from 2, as soon as they're in nursery 1,
yes,
you should start getting to understand
politics.
Thank you, but the basics of governance, the basics of politics. But you see, we do not have that. Now, my sister that is supposed to be like an outsider, would I call it, because she's married, she's Nigerian, but she's married to a foreigner. When she was going to get her, what's it called? Her red passport, what do they call that thing? She was mandated to read the history, she was mandated. So we are not all about that.
We just carried out the NIN exercise in Nigeria. So many people still have their numbers bad up till today. Guess what?
Inclusive.
Do you know that yours inclusive, right?
Yes.
Do you know that if the government says before you get your NIN,
card,
you have to get your PVC card, you have to join a party and get a party card or be a party.
You can't force people to join
See, let me tell you, PVC. Okay, fine. If you say let's give out the party card, but at least the PVC, you must have a PVC. So your PVC should be linked to your NIN. It's a no-brainer. Yes.
I think we're a reactive people instead of being a proactive people.
So what's your suggestion for proactivity?
I believe we tend to react when there's an outcome.
Yes.
We do not plan for a government. We do not understand the structure. Everything has a structure and it has a path with which it follows. Yes, the government is supposed to enable people to have a democratic system. And one of the ways to do that is to educate people. You read it when you were giving us the point.
Yeah.
And it goes down to whose responsibility, who is going to bear this cut. We need to separate the issues and not join them and say, okay, the government has failed because the people are not allowed. You cannot force people to join party. It's a choice.
Okay. But
you cannot force people to have a PVC. It's a choice.
It's supposed to be a national responsibility.
Yes, but it's a choice. You choose to go to school. The government can provide an enabling environment, free education, whatever institution they put in place. You still reserve the right to say, I want to go to school, I want to go to the farm. You don't force things. What you want to do is to make it an enabling environment, to make sure that the system works in such a way. Are you reading a quote for?
Go ahead.
To make sure that the system works in such a way that people are enlightened enough
to
make an informed decision. Because really, I think that when we look at all of these issues, we normally jump on conversation that trends, and then we start to attack it, and then we start to address it. There's a lot. This thing is a cacophony of issues. They're all interconnected and Before you can start to fix it, first of all, get separated from it. One of the things that I try to do in life is to practice detachment. Step away from the issue. Who is always very hot on. When you are very hot on, you are entangled with the situation and you are biased. You want to first of all step away. How did we get here? We need to go back to the drawing board. Whether we're using a democratic system of government or we're going back to the military, we need to understand the fundamentals.
We can't go back to the military.
And you have to. The same thinking that has brought us this far has created some problem that this level of thinking cannot solve. This is about Einstein. We cannot continue to address, attack, complain, and not do anything about this
While
system.
I like what you're saying, I also still think it's the responsibility of the government to sensitize the people in politics.
I say to you again, my darling sister, we are a blame-pushing individual.
I am passionate, yes, I agree, but I'm not biased. right?
No, I did not
But
say that. I
let's
said
take
you
a break.
tend to be.
Let me take a break because I will come back to read the parameters, and that's where my conversation is coming from.
Okay.
Because
do we have any comment from anybody
my
about
child
you?
was my son was 2 years old when he was taken to his school. I was trying to transfer him to a new school to go and write an entrance exam, and he went there, and they came back and said, oh, he didn't pass, that he failed, but his brother did so well because the brother was going to year 1, he was going to nursery 1. But the brother did so well, and usually, let me finish. You would understand where I'm coming from. That he was going, so the brother was going to year 1, he was going to nursery 1, that he didn't pass, that he failed. So that, but their policy in the school is that siblings must be together. So because of his older brother, and he did excellently well, they have to take him, but he has to come back to write the exam again. He came back the second time and wrote the exam. He failed again.
Jeez. So now what?
Wait now, let me finish. He failed again.
Nursery 1.
Nursery 1, no? He was supposed to write 1 to 10.
Well, which school is that?
That's nursery 1.
That's a very bad school.
Wait, no, it's not a bad school. It's not a bad school.
How can a nursery 1 fail?
Let me finish. You
are taking bad teachers are that.
You're taking the attention from the conversation. Listen.
Okay, sorry.
So when he eventually, I went and I met him. I said, what's happening? That you didn't write? He said, because nobody has taught me. I do not know.
Aww.
So the point is, immediately he entered the school, they had already told me that I would need to work with him, work with the teachers. Do you know, I never went back to the teacher to say, is there a problem? Because as soon as he was exposed to the learnings, he adapted immediately. So it's the same issue. Do you understand? When I see people blaming Nigerians to say that they do not know, you haven't explained to these Nigerians the importance of their citizenship, the role of the citizen. How do you expect them to win?
Do you know that Nigerians don't even know their rights as citizens? Do you know that Nigerians don't even know what a citizen is, who a citizen is? Let's not even look at this.
When we come back from the break, we'll continue the conversation. Stay with us.
Wow.
Businesses in Africa can be very challenging. In Nigeria, it is particularly intimidating, and successful builders have learned how to navigate a hostile environment to unlock opportunities. But one major challenge businesses face is how to filter through the noise and identify where their ideal customers exist. Get insight and practical steps from industry players and captains of industries. Hear success stories to help you make informed decisions as you scale your business in Nigeria. Watch Business Insights at this time on Plus TV Africa.
All right, thanks for staying with us. This is 2 women today. Somebody has said your noise is too much. Talk one at a time. So let's calm down, please. So if you just tuned in, right? Our topic today is we're asking a question that has democracy succeeded in Nigeria? That's the question. Now, please, let's hear what you have to say. Remember, you can join the conversation. Send us an SMS or WhatsApp to 081 803-4663. We have a lot of messages, but we'll take them much later. So, I mean, that's the conversation. So you were talking about citizens not knowing their rights and all of that.
Yes, not knowing their rights and all that. So there's a bigger problem. So when we talk about politics, let me tell you the truth. How old am I? I'm old enough.
Well, over 40.
Milola, step aside. Let's go outside. Okay, so what I'm saying is, when did I start getting interested in politics? Only recently. Honestly, I would say yes, only recently, and I'm well educated. So I just think that, like you said, there has to be an interest and understanding. So sometimes we tend to not go close to areas that we don't understand.
And I'm telling Milola that interest and understanding comes
from knowledge.
No, it even comes from when the government makes it, the pride that an American will tell you that I'm an American, yes. Yeah. So the government must make it, see, they are deliberately keeping Nigerians ignorant when it comes to political matters. So a government that is transparent, let me finish, a government that is transparent will know that it is important. See, because they thrive. Let me finish. They thrive on the ignorance of the citizens.
Yes.
Right? It is based on ignorance
and
that all of these things that you're talking about.
They want to keep them uneducated,
if a government was really
uninterested,
thank you. If a government
discouraged,
thank you. If a government was really sincere, right, about a proper democracy and governance, good governance, the government will make it mandatory that you know it right from a toddler.
Yes.
And put it and inculcate it in the curriculum.
Take it easy.
I would never take away the fact that our government has failed us and continue to fail us perpetually.
Yes, absolutely.
I would never fail the fact that the institutions that should channel and endear people towards learning and interested in politics has not been adequately established. There is no doubt that the challenges that plague us are synonymous with third world country. For me, we need to go back to that.
Yeah.
We should stop comparing apple with oranges. Yes, we need to look at people that are doing better than us to be able to inspire us to do better.
Absolutely.
But we need to also look at the peculiarity of our climb and identify where did we go wrong and what are the challenges and how can we fix this thing. The government is not doing it. In fact, the governors have not done nothing. But you know, sometimes when I look at it and I say, we address government as if they're an external party. Government emanated from us.
Absolutely.
We are the government. You know somebody in government, I know somebody in government. Unfortunately or fortunately, I'm putting myself into politicking, which means I'm also a government or in government. So it then goes back to collective responsibility.
Yeah.
I believe that the government should do this and do that and do that and do that and do that. But a tree does not make a forest. It's not something that one institution should be allowed to. When we look at the families, what are we doing about teaching our children, It was only until I took interest in politicking that my daughter starts to understand what path I have followed. And for me, it is important that I live my life in such a way that every aspect of my life is a learning curve for me and for the people that are in my immediate space, particularly my two daughters. Now, because of my interest in politics, I took it upon myself to start to enlighten them. If I did not take up that civic responsibility, it is not government responsibility. It is my responsibility.
No,
to take ownership. Babes, please.
Let
me say this. It's still in this same country.
You say that because you know enough to
say that. No, ma. It's still in this same country. It's still this same failed system. It's still this same corrupt system that I came out from. But I choose.
When did you get interested in politics?
From time immemorial. From the time I was in uni.
If you ever
go and check, there's something I put out there. I said I want to be the first female president. And I said this, and I'm not joking, and I said this when I was just in my 200 level. It is maybe it emanates from a place that is deeper than I can explain.
Probably.
But it is a personal choice. Still a product of this failed system. But I took the responsibility to say that I would try. If I perish, I perish.
Okay, so let's take some comments because this is quite getting interesting.
It's interesting.
Very interesting.
Okay, good evening, ladies. Milola's tone has changed after running from Abuja.
Thank you.
She may have to. She may have been spending from the inner caucus funds of the political parties. No, he's only joking. Ade from the UK.
She's shining. I appreciate that. It is fine that you hold that thought. But you know, we all have to take the responsibility of self-enlightenment. And that's why if I have a bias or a different angle to conversation, it's so that we can enrich our understanding. We all can't be going in the same direction.
No.
Sometimes when I watch the show, I wish I'm on the show. I say, hey, by the time I bring my own angle, it will be a totally different conversation.
Right.
So
it goes to say that I'm not defending government. I expect we to be more responsive.
I think it's because of your experience, Milola. We shouldn't put that aside, please.
Okay.
It's your experience. You've gone in, you've seen how it works. You now see how important the people are. Hence, my statement that government is for the people, by the people. You understand? So if we want to talk about politics, there are a lot of things, or democracy. When you look at, it's supposed to be a level playing ground for everybody, right?
Yes.
But look at the amount of money that is spent.
Let me continue. Let me continue my parameters.
It's timid.
So let me continue my parameters. Independent judiciary. Have we had that?
No.
Thank you. So I'm not being
being
sentimental or biased.
Read the first one. Let's say yes and no, so that we know how.
So election. It is the fundamental basis of democracy. We conduct elections.
Yes.
So let's give it to them.
Yeah.
Political freedom. Do we have that? No.
Relatively, yeah.
We don't.
I would say
yes.
no, because before I came
What's
on the
political
show,
freedom?
someone sent
Everybody's
someone,
allowed
a
to
family
join any
member sent a
political
message,
party.
and she's watching me right now. She said, please don't let people know who you support for security
Thank you.
purposes. So, of course, I would say
There's no
there
political
is no
freedom.
political freedom.
Thank you.
Okay,
Education. No. Development of means of communication. Our government.
Not adequate.
Thank you. Independent judiciary. No.
No.
Accountable administration.
No.
Zero.
Freedom to form political parties.
No.
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 There are a lot of political parties. Come on, ladies.
There are a lot of
and they are
political
formed
parties, but there were also
voluntarily.
cases of where people said that
They wanted,
Do you know how many
to
political
form
parties
and they were
we
like,
have?
no.
No, we can't take that.
Okay, that's half.
So let's give it to them.
Yes.
Half, right? So out of 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 points, they only have 2.
Wow.
Come on.
So how is democracy supposed to thrive in Africa?
So let me read the comment that says,
babe, where I say we are not ready for democracy.
We're not ready. Yeah.
So yes, the democracy is successful in Nigeria. I don't want to remember the devilish years of Sani Abacha. He has destroyed Nigeria. I don't know what your name is, but thank you for your comments. Let's take more comments, ladies.
Okay, let me check what I have. Okay, can I go?
Okay, go.
Good evening, ladies, and happy Democracy Day. Have we, as a nation, succeeded in democracy? I think we're still far from having an ideal one. We need to improve on the process of selection of candidates, campaign, voting, and governance. The legislature, executive, and judiciary should be truly independent. I was saddened that nobody queried the governors, how they got fund they wasted before presidential primaries. Will succeed when elected leaders are responsible and accountable. Thank you so much, BC.
Thank you, BC.
That was very spot on.
Absolutely. Money.
Riveting. Oh. So, okay, mine says, greetings, ladies. Milola Rivers statement. Hope without understanding is almost a mirage. Thank you.
Thank you.
So someone says, it is only elite people, especially Lagosians like you people, that failed to understand democracy. Ask any Hausa man. He will explain what it is, I think he's supposed to say. We should stop blaming the government for ignorance. I beg to differ.
I agree partially.
I beg to differ.
I agree partially.
Let me give Manny your friend's comment. So, I beg to differ, right? So this is not a fun. I get it that when it comes to northerners, stop any northerner on the road today. They have their PVC. They are ready for elections.
Is it because they're enlightened?
Hold on.
Or because they are instructed?
That's my point.
Yeah, they're programmed.
So you can't come out and tell me that it is only us Lagosians that are
responsibility.
It's not. It is the government's responsibility. Sure. Now, you have a PVC. You saw the votes. They could not read and write. I mean, we're having Dayo Olani.
What to do.
They were not even telling them. They were helping them to write it. True. They would just return it back to them and they put it in the ballot box. Is that what you call an election?
No.
Where somebody, you cannot even read or write. You don't know anything.
You don't even know anything. You don't know the
name of the person you
want to vote for.
Is it bad that you cannot write the name of the person?
No, you don't get it.
Okay.
You don't get it. It's not about whether you bad or not.
We didn't hear them choosing.
You understand? It's not choosing. This person just comes and they hand you
a written
thing and you submit it. So is that what you tell me that is democracy?
That's
horrible, right? I mean, what's her name? Dayo. A political senatorial aspirant. What's her name? Dayo Olani.
An aspirant.
An aspirant. They came out to say that even the people that they eventually picked as the delegate, that they were supposed to be the rightful delegates,
did not. They changed the list.
They changed the list.
You are joking.
Yes, they changed the list. And that's how, I mean, we are going to have her, by God's grace, next week, Monday. They changed the list.
Oh, she's coming on the show.
Do you understand? So what I am saying is, you cannot tell me that because you guys have a PVC means that you are not ignorant. You are completely ignorant.
Exactly.
You are ignorant.
It's not about PVC.
It's not about PVC.
It's about education. And the government is supposed to provide an enabling environment for adequate education, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so the part where I agree with me, Lola, is that, okay, we know that these delegates are chosen at the ward state, right?
What level?
Ward level.
Yeah.
So we as citizens are supposed to participate in this.
At different
local
governments at the ward level.
Okay, so Milola, if we participate, you just said that they changed the list.
No. The quality of minds of people present at ward level
agree.
is easily.
I agree.
Is easy to manipulate.
I agree.
See, I say that before you can participate in an election, you have to be how old again? 18 years.
18
Which
years.
means on an average you should be in university.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So it goes back to the fact that Nigerians need to be more responsible. I still stand on that point that we can't keep passing the entire buck and say it's just entirely government.
So it also goes back to the fact that
personal
government
responsibility.
must ensure free education for all so that the masses will be educated.
I mean, come on, free education does not guarantee quality education.
Mirola, let me tell you something.
Education first.
Let me tell you something. It is only someone that has been wooed, I've been toasting you from when you were a child, giving you the possibilities of what your thumb can do, right? That you will look forward to going to get a PVC once you turn 18.
Do you know one thing?
If you have not given me the picture, you've not painted the vision to say, Uwa.
This is the possibility.
Yes, that's the possibility. I will never go out of my way. Now, look at our young people.
Wow.
How many of them, right, are coming out to say they want to go get their PVC?
Let me tell you something.
That now they have to use music and
To
dance
lure
them to go and get their PVC. You don't have to do that. If I know that, this country can be great,
If
but
I
it has to be.
And the leadership would affect me.
I think we are an entitled people.
Okay.
Milola Tiwa online.
We are entitled people. And the moment we keep on doing this, we will never grow. See, let me tell you something. One thing that awakens the human soul is suffering. Trust me, pleasure does not fix nobody.
I believe that.
You have to go
well.
through the rigor of pain, of sacrifice, for you to come out renewed. We need to stop this comparing our country with developed countries.
Yeah.
They're not the same thing.
It's not working.
What works there will not work here.
Yeah.
We need to look at it and say, okay, we have added. What about we approach it from enough is enough? And we really go the extra yard to really say enough is enough. People want change. People ask for change, but people are not ready to pay the price for change. This is why we have the government we have. It's not about the lack of education. Do you want to try the level of education that my people have? Do you not see them on social media? Okay, do you not see how they attack one another? Do you not see how they tear each other apart?
Yes. Ignorance are two different things.
They are enlightened enough. They are educated enough.
That's where you miss it. We are saying that even us here, with the level of education that we have, we didn't understand. We were not enlightened politically. We were politically illiterate.
You were not.
No. You do not become interested in something you know not about. So we were not involved because we were not enlightened.
At a particular level, your parents and the government are responsible for your welfare.
I hope you know when I turned 18, I got my PVC.
I don't know about that.
I'm telling you now.
But
because my father is someone that is.
Don't want to touch politics. Why?
I'm not interested
so what's
in
the point
politics.
Of getting a PVC?
I'm not interested in
so you wanted to take it for voting?
Yes, I love to participate.
Voting since you turned 18?
Of course, I've been voting.
Since you turned 18?
She has been voting.
See, babes, see. Let's share the responsibility. If we leave too much weight on one side, the thing is going to tilt over.
I agree with you. But
for me, it's about bringing balance to this conversation.
We talked about schools and curriculum.
Letting people know that they have responsibilities.
Milola, we talked about the government. We talked about the schools and adding politics or history.
It's the government that still creates the schools.
Yes, so
then
the burden goes back to the government.
Thank you.
I rest my case.
I am saying that the government has failed to deliver?
My God.
Do we keep crying wolf and throw our
So
hands
let
in
me
the
tell
air?
you how it's
So
gonna
what's
happen.
the next
So
line
that's
of
why we're
action?
arming ourselves now.
Yes,
with
it's
what?
what?
Let
Let
me
me
tell
tell
you,
you
with the
how-
PVC, PVC doesn't fix nothing.
But it's a first step.
It's a
It's a
start.
step
So
in the right direction.
I've been
People
seeing a
do
lot
not
of-
understand what is going on behind
Tell
the
us.
scenes. You need to know that PVC does not guarantee you nothing.
Yeah, but,
if there's
but
anything
when you
you need
keep
to start
saying
to
that,
inculcate,
you might be discouraging some people. So PVC is the first step. It's a good
We
step.
are
down.
not trying
Get
to
your
paper
PVC,
over the
but
cracks.
get involved as well.
let's not paper over the cracks. Let's fix the crack. Let's not pretend that, yeah, let's just get PVC. No, it doesn't fix it. You see, this attitude of trying to do bare minimum is the problem we have in this country. Let's agree that we have messed up. And let everybody start to go
so
back
Milola,
and take responsibility.
Milola, we should
Because
give
if
up right now
Nigerians-
and wait for another 8 years.
No, I will never say that.
So what are we
if
going
all
to do?
Nigerians start to amalgamate in terms of knowledge, the schools have failed to deliver to us. We have a lot of... It was just like when we're leaving school. If you fail WAEC, what do? You write GCE. You write A-levels. There are alternative sources of education.
Okay.
If the people can decide to take their destiny into their hands and create... We create power for ourselves. We create water for ourselves. Why? Because it's a means of survival. We do not take the extra trouble to acquire extra knowledge because we think, yeah, we'll be fine. Let's take responsibility and start to provide platforms. One of the reasons why I love Kunle Lawal is the platform that he created
Electoral College,
for
yeah.
enlightening people on elections.
Yeah,
And a
a lot
number
of
of
people
times
are
I have
doing
watched
that
that
now.
thing, I have learned significantly. Let us as individuals create associations.
I was coming there.
We
Can
will
you-
challenge the government
So I was
with the
coming there.
strength of our relevance and knowledge.
With this
not
new,
by complaining.
Milola, with
No,
this
we're
new
not
knowledge,
complaining.
We are always
that you
complaining
have,
and passing the ball.
Milola,
We are always complaining and
we be coming down.
we are on
eh?
national team.
Milola, be coming down with the new knowledge that you have, the new insight that you have into deep mysteries. Can you set up something like what
Of course.
Lawal has done?
I don't need to set up a parallel one. I can reinforce it. I can be
You
part
can even
of
do
the
it
system.
for girls. You can go to
I can be-
secondary schools.
I would, without
and
a
do
doubt.
a lot.
You do not
I
know.
would like to work with you.
You do not
on that.
know, my babe. You do not know when I realized that I can't just be given a ticket on a platter because
Yeah.
people don't trust you.
Yes, true.
And you don't blame them.
Yeah.
You just came, fine woman. What should they find?
Yeah.
People cannot connect with the art of service that
Yeah.
I carry to the
True.
table. They just look at you like, who's your godfather? Who's funding you?
Yeah,
What's
there
your
has to
agenda?
be some
There's a lot of
backbone.
cynicism around
Yeah.
the fact that you took the liberty to leave your comfort zone and come to the rural community.
There's
They
something
could not
else.
see beyond
Yeah.
the desire.
I
So what do
believe.
you do? You enlighten them. You woo them. You come down from your own managre and identify with them. With time, they start to believe in you. Reform and changes start from within.
So
and
please,
it takes time.
I would
Tell
like us
Milola
to
to
do-
say it as it is. In Nigeria, we also need to compete with other countries. So what she, obviously the person saying that
It's been an
we-
We are
interesting
not, because
conversation.
Milola said we can't be copying them.
we
and
can need to compare apples with apples.
Yeah.
I was just going to say to Milola that movement is already happening. We are not passing
It's
all
already
the ball
happening. The
to
fact that
table.
we're even
We are not
talking
doing
about
enough.
it.
There are skits. Manny, you have a comment. There are skits that goes to say, if you know PVC, I won't no show for tonight. Husband and wife. If you
Yeah,
don't
no
give me PVC, I won't
PVC,
give
no
you money.
salary.
No salary. I won't give
We
you money.
make skits and memes about serious conversation. We're a
Big-
joke of a country. I'm
Jesus
sorry,
is
we
Lord.
don't take our life very seriously. And as long as we continue to have this attitude of we joke over it, we will continue to, our government will continue to laugh.
Milola, we
Absolutely.
joke over,
We need to
over
go.
everything.
Manny, you had a comment. Over. We have run out of
Good
time.
evening,
It's been an
ma-
amazing
my
evening.
dear beautiful sisters.
We're gonna
Of what
continue
are
this.
you saying? Hashtag ways. The question is, has democracy succeeded in Nigeria? To me, the answer is a capital no. There is no too much talk about this. Years back, we had no freedom of speech and movement, no good education, lack of accountability of administration. My dear beautiful sister Damilola said something serious and important. She said that we need to go outside and learn from people that are better than us, and it is true for us to have true and genuine democracy.
On that
Sister
note.
Damilola, you are welcome back, looking
Thank you.
beautiful and great. My
Before
name
we
is
go-
Daniel Ilo Waves. regular
Are you trying to keep
Daniel.
your comments
Thank
short?
you.
Daniel, thank
Daniel.
you. Before we go do a show, thank you so much, ladies.
Wow,
we had a
we
fantastic
extended,
conversation.
in fact,
I think we have to do a part
There
two
will not
tomorrow.
have been space for a guest.
At all.
Really?
Before we go do a show, you follow us on Instagram at Wayshow Africa. You can interact with us further, drop a comment, and more importantly, importantly, follow all our engagements on social media. Like, share, and invite your families and friends to watch and follow the conversation. Now, if you missed today's quote, here it is again. Democracy is not an easy form of government because it is never final. It is a living, changing organism with a continuous shifting and adjusting of balance between individual freedom and general order. We'll see you guys tomorrow at 8 p.m. as we bring another great conversation to your screen. Enjoy.
Welcome to another interesting episode of Space and Style. It's a television show designed to provide realistic solutions for all your real estate needs by providing you with trends, tips, and also engaging experts to discuss topical issues affecting the industry. My name is Olamide Onifade, as you know, and on the show today we're also still talking to an expert from last week discussing the intricacies of home insurance. We shall also share some interior design tips with you to keep you abreast of various trends in the interior design fair. On the property of the week, we'll also showcase a property that we hope to inspire you to join the real estate ladder if you have not. And lastly, the artisan spot, where we will be talking to an artisan on his craftsmanship. So sit back and ensure that you enjoy the show. Welcome to the Expert Insight, and Dr. Ayodeji Johnson is still in the studio with us again this week for the concluding part of the intricacies of home insurance. Recall that Dr. Ayodeji Johnson is a seasoned professional in the insurance industry with a proven track record of over 24 years. He has worked with companies such as Guinea Insurance PLC, the Nigerian General Insurance Company Limited, ICO Insurance, Mutual Benefits Insurance, ARM Life PLC, and J. Akinjudge & Co., amongst many other firms. Thank you for coming again.
Thank you for having me again. I'm excited to be here.
And I enjoyed last week's topic. I really enjoyed
Yeah.
it. So, taking it from last week, I hear insurance brokers, insurance companies, and I wonder, why do we have brokers? What do they do? And why do insurance companies use them?
Okay, so the role of the brokers is actually to be able to explain the fine prints and then help you take the worries off you about insurance. So basically what they do, because they are experts in their own rights, they understand the wordings of the policy, they understand various policies that each individual needs, and they are able to advise individuals based on that knowledge. So, and the beauty about this is the person buying the policy does not pay the brokers.
Oh, it's the insurance company
Yes,
that pays?
it's the insurance company that pays. So if I get a transaction off you, I don't charge you for doing all of those service. It is where I take the business to. So for bringing the business to them, they pay me.
But a lot of quacks masquerading as brokers. When it's time for your claim payouts, you don't see them. How can I decipher who is a proper and an accredited dated broker?
The brokers have an umbrella body, which is the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers. We have our secretariat at the National Secretariat at Saboyaba. And then we've got area offices across the country where we have area committee chairmen that supervises these brokers. So once anybody comes to you and they are not part of this body, it's always very, very likely that you won't be able to get a lot of things out of them when a claim occurs. I'm not saying there are no professionals out there that are not members of the Nigerian Council of Registered Brokers, but we've always admonished everybody to be part of this. Now, we also have the National Insurance Commission that regulates all insurance practices, and we also fall under that. So for you to have any registered insurance broker come to you, be rest assured that your claims will be dealt with when they come up.
So why do claims take long to be processed? It takes forever.
Claims usually do not take forever. Now, if you've been told to provide items A to E to be able to process your claim, and you only do items A, B, and E, leaving C and D out, there's no way your claims will be processed. The C and D might be police reports, might also be your, what's it called, estimate of repairs. Without all of this, there's no way anybody will be able to successfully process your claims. So if you've been told, do this, please follow it. And I can assure you, insurance company pays claims within 1 week.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you.
Are you kidding?
I am telling you. I've got testimonials. One of the things the Nigerian Council of Registered Insurance Brokers is trying to do right now is even to have a compendium of all of these claims that's been paid from people. So we're asking people, sending your testimonials, how have your claims experience been? We want a situation whereby we get the positive feedback and we also look at the negative ones.
And use that to sensitize the public.
Those are the things that we're trying to do right now. That's part of the cardinal points for the new presidents that's just coming.
So I've seen times when active insurance policyholders get their policies cancelled by companies. What can inform that? Why would an insurance policy, an insurance company cancel my claim, my policy?
Your policy, great. So I told you before that you needed to fill a proposal form. Now you fill the proposal form. If you were dishonest at any time within that period, even though a contract has been issued to you, by the time it's discovered that you were trying to play smart or anything, the insurance company has the right to cancel that policy and return your funds to you. So these are areas, these are times where policies are cancelled. Once the insurance company realizes that you've been trying to play smart, I'm choosing my words carefully, you've been trying to play smart, that's when they come, and then if they've had discussions with you and you're still not owning up to whatever it is you've done, in their best interest, they will cancel that policy.
So because we're going on a short break,
yeah.
But before the break, I was also going to quickly ask you this question. Is there a statutory limit for when claims are supposed to be paid?
Well, once all your documentations are complete, once you signed your discharge voucher, the discharge voucher is what the insurance company gives to you to say this is how much we're going to pay you for your claim. Once you sign off on that, I can assure you most insurance company pays within 48 hours. Some might pay within 24 hours.
But is there a statutory limit?
Well, it's not industry hits like that, but everybody tries to because they also want to gain clients using that. Okay. So at least that's what they'll publicize. Oh, we're able to pay claims within 12 hours after EDV. We're able to pay within 24 hours. So by the time they go to the market with that, a lot of people tend to want to use those kind of companies, unlike the ones that delay claims payments.
There's a whole lot of dishonesty going on in that industry, but we'll be back. We'll be back to talk about that. Thank you for staying with us. We're going on a quick break, and please stay with us.
Space and Style.
Thank you for staying with us. And I still have Dr. Ayodeji Johnson in the studio with me, and we are still talking about home insurance in Nigeria. So before we went for the break, we were talking about dishonesty in the, and you're trying to exonerate the industry. So it's fine. The issue of premiums.
Yeah.
Is it static or it goes up every year? And what informs it if it goes up every year?
I remember the last time we were talking, last week when we were talking, you talked about properties appreciating. Now, so every year, because of the trends, because of this so-called appreciation, we expect every homeowner to what's that word now? To look at his building again, and then do revaluation on those buildings based on the fact that it might have appreciated. Once that appreciates, naturally your insurance would increase. So if you've paid on 150 last year and you're coming to insure for 250 this year, naturally your premium would increase because you've increased your sum insured. So when people come and they say it's always increasing, it's because they are also increasing. So every time an insurance broker sends to you your renewal notice, there's a caveat there that says because of the change in the trends and property valuations and everything, that you should look at yours and see if you want to increase. So by the time you increase, naturally your premium will increase to take care of the extra you've added to it. So that's what informs what those increments are.
Okay, another question I'd ask is rates. How to get the best rate available? Because I know for once that not all is not standard. What I get from a particular company, I might not get. So how am I able to get the best rate at the best from the best company?
We had talked about the rules of the insurance brokerage firms.
Okay.
Now, because, for example, Nikon Town Estates, an insurance company is insuring maybe about 50 houses out of the houses there, they can come together and put the association together and say, if you can get all of you on board, you get a group discount. So all of this discount come when you have associations, you have people coming together and doing the same thing. But at the same time, the insurance brokers, because they have relationships with all of these underwriting firms, they know who and who will give you discounts for bringing this, for bringing that. So that also helps with getting reduced rates. So for example, I know for a fact which insurance companies 60% of my transactions go to. So if I go to them and I'm saying, please help me accommodate this, they would naturally want to accommodate. So they might give discounts here and there based on the business relationship I have with them. That's why we've always said that using a registered insurance broker would always help you with all of this. Not at the time of placing businesses alone, but when a claim occurs.
Okay, when it comes to the issue of fire, and for instance, a policyholder's house got burnt, but it's extended to his neighbor's house. Who takes liability for that?
Well, the insurance company will take liability for that because the proximate cause of that fire emanated from their clients.
Okay.
So if this building is insured and then there's a fire that's happened and it drags to the next house.
Even if it drags up to 10 houses?
The insurance company is supposed to, but there's always a limit to all of this. So it also depends on what kind of policy that you've bought.
What if it's comprehensive?
Yeah, the insurance
so
company
what if
will
I
take care of all of this.
I park a car
Yeah.
in the property and it also gets burnt?
Everything that is insured in that building will be dealt with. Because like I said, the main proximate cause of that fire is the main proximate cause of that event is the fire to that building. So if the person has a comprehensive fire insurance, you'll be extended to cover all of those. But like I said, it's to a limit. It might not be total 100%. Now, I'll give you another scenario. So Mr. A has his house insured, Mr. B has his house insured too. Mr. A's house the fire starts from Mr. A's house, pulls to Mr. B's house. Mr. B can actually bring his insurance to take care of his own fire needs. And then the insurance company will go to Mr. A's insurance company to get a refund for having fixed Mr. B's house. So basically that can be done. It speeds up whatever repairs that needs to be done on Mr. B's house because maybe his own insurance is more proactive or something and they're not dragging their feet. So basically that's how this really works when a fire occurs.
Okay, so when it comes to markets, in the last 6-7 years, a lot of markets have been gutted by fire. So if Mr. A insures his goods and his shop, and the whole and fire starts from his shop, and it raises the whole market, what happens? Still the same thing.
Insurance will come to play.
Oh,
that's why insurance
goodness.
comes in.
So where does insurance get their money from?
One of the things, I'll explain that. One of the things we try to do is, if I'm going into a market to insure, what I try to do is not just ensure that one market and go away. I try to get the whole association to come together so that we ensure the whole thing at the same time. That helps in mitigating the losses, because now it is everybody pulling their resources together to help when the need occurs, not just one person out of 50. So that's where this happens. Now you're talking about where insurance company gets their money. Insurance people do not have that money. Insurance is a pool of funds of everybody pooled into the insurance company. They are just managers of these funds. So the way they get their money is how they invest these funds. So there are portions that they leave out for when a claim occurs. This is what we use to settle claims. There are others that they use for investments, long-term investments, short-term investments. So it is the proceeds from these investments that they use to sort out operational costs at their end. So they are basically managers of these resources. So in an insurance company, that's why you have investment managers, accountants, actuaries, and people like that. So everybody comes together to see how best to manage these funds so that when the clients need those funds, they'll be able to have access to it.
Wow. I am so... I really enjoyed myself, and I have a deeper understanding of home insurance. And I hope people take the cue to do more home insurance.
Yeah.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ayodeji Johnson, and I hope you show up again when we need you.
As soon as you call me, I
God.
would.
Thank you for that commitment. Thank you very much. We have come to the end of the segment, and I hope you had a nice time with our guest in the studio. So next is the design tip of the week. Hello and welcome to this segment. This is the interior decor segment. This is the segment where we talk to you about how to transform your spaces on a budget. And today I have with me Edna Ewudagi, and she was here the last time. We enjoyed it thoroughly, and she has given us her time again this week. Thank you very much, Edna, for coming again.
Thank you so much for having me once again.
So today we'll be talking about how to choose the right colors for your spaces. So,
okay, choosing the right color for your space can be very challenging for most. Even we as interior designers sometimes struggle with it. So, but it is very essential that you pick the right color for your space. So I've been to a lot of homes or offices whereby people have like really bold color on their wall surrounding them, and it's not so much of a good thing to have that. It's always advisable to have like a bright color on your wall. Yeah.
You said bold color and bright. Is there a difference?
Yes, there is a difference. When you talk about bold colors, those are like statement colors, like red, colors that are very, very sharp, like red, like pink, like gold. Orange, yes. So those are very bold colors. It's not very advisable to have them like on the four corners of your wall. But some interior designers have used them, but they can only be done professionally. Like it is very challenging to have that kind of space and still be able to design them properly, except you're a professional. So for the purpose of this our conversation, I would say that having like a bold color, which are those how do I put it, like the red, those sharp colors, should only be like in one side of your space.
Because I was going to say that in my living space, I have orange.
Yeah,
but
it's
just one side.
Yes,
I was kind of like, but there's nothing wrong with having orange in your home.
No, it's not. There's nothing wrong. It should just be like one side of the wall. So it should be like an accent color to your space, and it's going to make it pop. So those are the things you need to consider when picking the right colors. Then a lot of people, designers or people, you love to use whites. I personally love to use white. If I'm not using white, then I have to pick a bright color. It doesn't mean that I can't use a dark color, but I have to be able to use it properly so that it can come out very nice. These days, a lot of people use black. Yeah.
In a living space.
And it's really nice.
But
when done properly, that is the key word. When done properly. So when you use a white paint on your wall, it's very nice because white allows you to throw in a lot of colors. When you have a white, so that's the trick. When you have a white wall, you can throw in pink, you can throw in gold into your space. It makes the living area very playful. Like if I had like an orange wall, it is going to restrict the colors that I'm going to use on my space. Do you get the trick?
Where I have it as an accent, I said, and I have white in every other area.
Okay, so then what about your throw pillows?
I don't have throw pillows.
So that is what we're talking about. So that is.
Have you considered people that have children?
Okay, what's that?
I mean the white color that you were talking
about. Okay, the white color. Okay, that's
how
what I'm saying.
Juggle that.
Okay, all right. Yeah, white is really nice, but you do not have to use white. There are other bright colors that are not whites, and you can still use. There is beige, there is blush. There are numerous bright colors that you can use when considering your kids in a space. So it doesn't have to be like a dark color, because you have kids, you have to use black. Oh, come on.
There's a difference between bold and bright colors. Yeah. So what are the examples of bright colors? Because I don't see any difference.
Okay, so there are lots of bright colors that you can use. You have beige, you have peach, you have white, you have off-white, lilac. You know, those bright colors that are not so bold, not so dark, you know, that we just make your space come alive. Just really calm colors.
Then are there colors that appear to make your area, your living area or whatever, your space look bigger?
Certainly, those are the bright colors. Bright colors tend to make your space look bigger. Dark colors tend to make your space look smaller. So if you have a very large space and you want it to come together, then you use a dark color.
Okay. Another thought that I had was ceilings.
Okay.
Quite a number of ceilings are just painted white. But what's your opinion? Do you think you can get a bit creative with the colors of the ceilings?
Yes. The reason why most people use white is because when you use white on your ceiling, it tends to like make it bigger, like it's like an extension. Do you get? It doesn't look like the ceiling is so close to your head. But if you have like a colored ceiling, it brings it too close to you. So it's always advisable to use white. But when done properly, you can have other colors you can have different colors of ceiling, especially when it's a very high ceiling. When your ceiling is high, then you can use whatever color you want to use as long as you are doing it right. But if your ceiling is the normal ceiling or it's really low, by all means, please use white.
Stick to the universal color of white.
Yes.
Okay. Thank you very much, Edna, for your time. I really enjoyed myself, and I hope we've been able to learn one or two things about choosing the right color for your space. Thank you
very much.
Space and style.
So we've come to the last segment of the show, and it's the artisan spot, and we'll be speaking to an artisan who will be discussing his craftsmanship with us.
Ti wà ní ẹnu iṣẹ́ yẹn sí ọgbọ̀n ọdún. Ó wà fẹ́ ti wà torí situation iṣẹ́ wa yẹn sì. Bí dọ́là yẹn ṣe ń rise ni owó orin yẹn náà wọ́n máa ń gbé owó ẹ̀ sókè. So whatever ń sìn assuming irin tá a rà ní bí 1,000 tí dọ́là bá high wọ́n lè ta fún wa 3,000 so àwọn tó dẹ̀ ń gbéjẹ́ fún wa náà ọ̀hún ní fẹ́ fowó kù ṣùgbọ́n míì kan ti mọ̀ wá pẹ̀lú iṣẹ́ yẹn kò sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé káwa náà tẹ́ wọn lọ́rùn challenges pọ̀ gan-an nídìí iṣẹ́ yìí ìgbà míì wà tó yẹ pé iná máa disturb wa ní rí iná ṣiṣẹ́ generator tá a dẹ̀ ń lò kò powerful bí iná ó ti yé yín so àwọn challenges tá a máa ń face tá a máa ń dojú kọ lórí iṣẹ́ nìyẹn so táwọn oníṣẹ́ bá dẹ̀ lọ́wọ́ fẹ́ gbéṣẹ́ kò dẹ̀ sí nǹkan tá a lè ṣe ju pé ká wá miss láti fi parí iṣẹ́ yẹn iná generator náà lálẹ́ lè lò àsúnmì tó gbé mi ṣe wà yìí máa ń ní program fún iṣẹ́ mi so mo lè níṣẹ́ 3 4 so àwọn ọmọ tó ń bá mi iṣẹ́ wà tó yẹ pé tí bá ti níṣẹ́ tó pọ̀ bẹ́ẹ̀ màá pọ̀ pé wọ́n wá àjọ áńdù iṣẹ́ yẹn so lórí iṣẹ́ yìí náà àwọn ọmọ wà tó yẹ pé àti kọ́ iṣẹ́ tó yẹ pé èmi wà nù wọn tó yẹ pé ó ń lọ school ó ń ti school tó bá close in school á wá síbi á wá kọ́ṣẹ́ yẹn so ó fi ń ṣe part time so along the line ó dẹ̀ náà ti wà láyà rẹ̀ client wà tó yẹ pé èmi wà ó lè lóun fẹ́ gba iṣẹ́ òun níbi ọ̀sẹ̀ kan tíṣẹ́ mi dẹ̀ ti wà lọ́wọ́ mi so mo lè fún grace fún ọ̀sẹ̀ 2 tó bá lè afford ẹ̀ so I go ahead so èmi ìtọ́ dẹ̀ ti mọ iṣẹ́ wa so kò ní doubt and okay kò sí problem wọn á ṣe so láti bẹ̀ lọ iṣẹ́ ẹ̀gbọ́n lè má tó time tèmi wá dá fún yẹn á gbé àwọn irin tá à ń lò àwọn irin quality so àwọn nǹkan tá a dẹ̀ fi ń ṣe ó máa ń last débi pé ẹlòmíì gan tó máa padà fún yàn ni ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nù foreign àti local nìyẹn foreign bóyá wà yẹn kò ń strong ṣùgbọ́n wọ́n máa ń wo finishing tiwa dẹ̀rẹ̀ finishing tiwa ó lè fara pẹ́ díẹ̀ ni ṣùgbọ́n tiwa ó máa ń strong ju ti wọn lọ ìyàtọ̀ tó wà nù finishing foreign ni pé material tiwa tó ń mòdì kíní yẹn fún wọn lọ́hùn tiwa ń bí ọwọ́ làwa fi ń ṣe irú ìsìn ìgbà táwa fi kọ́ṣẹ́ tiwa ń gbà yẹn àwa lo 6 years àtúnfi 6 years sin ọ̀gá ṣùgbọ́n ń sìn láyé òde ìlú àwọn ọmọ tó ń kọ́ṣẹ́ ń sìn grace wọn ò ju 1.5 years 2 years so àwọn náà ti wà àwọn ti gbàyàn dá àwọn náà ti máa dáṣẹ́ ara wọn ṣe nígbà tí mo bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí gbà yẹn mo wà ní bíi 19 years mo fi bẹ̀rẹ̀ iṣẹ́ yìí nígbà yẹn so ẹ̀kọ́ rí méjì mo kàn rí lórí iṣẹ́ yìí ni pé ìgbà yẹn náà mo fẹ́ kọ́ ṣùgbọ́n àwọn òbí tó bí mi wọ́n ti ríran jù mí lọ so àwọn ní iṣẹ́ yìí ló máa kọ́ along the line bọ́ọ̀lù ó wù mí kí n gbá ṣùgbọ́n mi ò fẹ́ tàpá sí òfin àwọn òbí mi ni mo ṣe ìyànṣẹ́ ìláyò ìgbà tèmi náà dẹ̀ wá wọnú ẹ̀ mo á rí i pé iṣẹ́ tó rọrùn ni ṣe rí iṣẹ́ wẹ́dà ọ̀pá àti obìnrin ṣe ráwa ọkùnrin wa gan ládé ní ayé ìsìn ọ̀hún fẹ́ kọ́ṣẹ́ wẹ́dà torí iṣẹ́ tó le ni iṣẹ́ ojú ni ó ti yẹ nǹkan tó máa fi ń sá fúnṣẹ́ yẹn nìyẹn.
Space and style.
Bye for now.
raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Good afternoon. I am Khadijat Balogu, and this is the news update. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 elections, Atiku Abubakar, has announced Ifeanyi Okowa as his running mate. Atiku made the announcement at a meeting attended by PDP executives at the party's headquarters in Abuja. PDP National Chairman Iyorchia Ayu said a 17-member committee had been set up by the party to pick a running mate, and that the committee had submitted 3 names to Atiku to choose from. The final decision, however, Ayu said, was Atiku's. The leadership of the National Assembly has lamented the high rate of 7 lawmakers not returning in the 9th Assembly. They blamed these developments for these lawmakers' inability to return their legislative seat on the use of indirect mode of primary elections in the just concluded primaries across the country. Emmanuel Ehijene completes the report. Chief of both chambers of the National Assembly lamented the imperfections in Nigeria's democratic process, especially at the just concluded primaries across the country. They identify the indirect primary, especially as it relates to the election of delegate, as a major impediment to genuine quest for democracy in the country. The Speaker, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, and the former Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu made these observations at a commemorative lecture, Nigeria's Democratic Experience, Reflections on Leadership Recruitment and Democratic Institution Building. Gbajabiamila insisted that there is no substitute to direct primary in any democracy, pointing out the arrangement that allows few individuals to decide for the people is inimical to Nigeria's democracy.
The system as it's practiced. Now, let me make it clear. There's nothing wrong with indirect primaries. Absolutely nothing wrong. There's some countries that practice that. But you see, all politics is local. It is actually how those delegates are produced that is the problem. And for as long as we are in a situation where a group of men, and perhaps maybe sometimes women, sit on a kitchen table and determine who is a delegate and who is not a delegate, then we don't have a democracy.
Former Deputy President of the Senate, Ike Ekweremadu, shared similar views with the Speaker. He said the National Assembly must find a way to restrict political parties to direct primary for Nigeria's democracy to flourish.
Today, not only does money play a greater role in the emergence of candidates, turning delegates to overnight millionaires, because delegates are fewer. The non-partition of certain delegates was fate playing into the hands of the governors, who colluded with greedy party leaders to manipulate the margins of 3-man or 5-man delegates, as the case may be, and went ahead to weaponize them fully for their selfish political interests. At the end of the day, democracy and the people are at the receiving ends. And as the masses can only elect candidates through knock by the various political parties.
Earlier, Director General NILDS noted that despite making significant progress in 5 multi-party elections in 22 years, and with improved electoral and legislative framework, the country's democracy continues to suffer in so many ways. He listed some of the impediments to democracy in the country as inducement of delegate, vote buying, and the influence of money bags, as well as high cost of nomination fees by political parties.
It is important at this juncture, therefore, to commend President Muhammad Buhari for his exemplary leadership and support for due process and transparency at the just concluded APC presidential primary election. In his Democracy Day speech, he further reiterated his commitment to free, fair, and transparent elections and an undertaking to hand over to the next president come May 2023.
The event was organized by the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies in commemoration of the June 12th. The civil rights advocacy group Human Rights Writers Association of Nigeria has called on the National Assembly to pass a vote of no confidence on the President Muhammadu Buhari. According to the group, the lingering strike by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, which began on February the 14th, has endangered the security of the country, with students being out of classrooms. A statement signed by the National Coordinator of Huriwa, Comrade Emmanuel Wubiko, also noted that students could have been recruited to commit crimes such as terrorism, banditry, internet fraud, prostitution, and drug trafficking. The Nigeria Association of Women Journalists, NAWOD, has called for an end to all forms of harmful practices that affect the progress and development of Nigerian children. The call is contained in a statement by the association's National Secretary, Ellen Udofa in Ibadan, even as Nigeria joins the global community to mark the 2022 International Day of the African Child. Udofa stated that NAWOD was particularly worried about harmful practices against Nigerian children happening in different parts of the country. The Catholic Diocese of Ondo has fixed Friday, the 17th of June, for the mass burial of those who lost their lives in the terrorist attack on St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, last Sunday. According to the church, no fewer than 40 people died in the attack, while many others sustained injuries. The Diocese Director of Social Communication, Reverend Father Augustine Uko, who confirmed the date of the mass burial, said it would take place at the church's new cemetery at Emure Road, Owo. Now, the Zamfara state government has disclosed that it may reconsider shutting down telecommunication services in the state if the need arises for the second time. The special advisor to Governor Matawale on media, Zailani Bapa, in a statement, said that the state government is yet to close down the telecommunication services as being rumored in the state. He stated that if the implementation of communication shutdown becomes necessary, it can be employed once again, but stressed that it has become necessary to clear some obvious misconceptions about a certain statement emanating from his office on the alleged closure of telecom services, which has generated disturbing rumor in the state. Now, the Federal Road Safety Corps in Gombe State has confirmed the death of 9 persons in an auto crash that occurred in the state on Wednesday night. FRSC Gombe State Command Corps Commander Felix Theman, who confirmed the crash, said that the accident occurred at Bomala Junction bypass. Theman said the accident was as a result of brake failure from a trailer conveying gallons of vegetable oil, and that 20 persons were involved in the crash, with 11 sustaining various degrees of injury. Nigerians expressed mixed feelings as they look forward to the candidate who would become the country's president in 2023. That's on Street Views. Take a listen.
We should vote wisely so that things will be better, because masses are suffering now. In our own perspective, we see future, but in the hands of our leader, they can manipulate it.
I foresee future, because if we can vote the right person, I think Nigeria will be great. We have the ruling party, and it will be a difficult to be for junior party to overcome the ruling party. It will be very difficult. For my own opinion, I think I prefer Peter Obi.
The government use poverty to control the masses. Because when there is poverty, somebody that don't have 1 square meal to eat in a day, and a politician comes and gives him money to vote for him, the followers don't have any other option than to vote for him. Nigeria has no future. We have no future for the instance that those that we have clamoring to become our leader, our president of today, are half of the same feathers.
Well, what I know is that I must vote. Whether they count it or not, whether anything they like, they do, but I will believe that God Almighty that we are serving will give us a good leader in Nigeria. That is my belief.
If they can follow the word, or if you can consider the people that they are following them, if they can pity them, but because most of what they are saying, they are different people. But if they can change with what they are saying, and they can follow what they are saying, we have a future bright in Nigeria. Now, I don't prefer anybody, but only God can choose for Nigeria, so that it's going to deliver us in 2003.
Nigeria is already dead, but I don't know about our good leader that is coming, whether good or bad. They'll be saying things, all those promises about us every day, and the country is getting more worse. But we pray, and the future will take care of itself if anyone believes. Oh, they are no good, but we will still give them a chance, because there's no youth to step up for the future. For me now, it's Atiku, because it's chop by chop, because he's a good man, even though he's a Muslim, he still cares for the Christian.
Many youth today, they chase the money, they believe in present, they will never think of the future. Say Tinubu, because I believe he must have done a lot for the country in the past, but we can't judge the past with the present. But we can still give our try and see what he's gonna do for the next election.
And in other parts of Africa, Ugandan opposition leader and former presidential candidate Kizza Besigye has been jailed and charged with inciting violence for the second time in a month. A longtime critic of President Yoweri Museveni, Kizza Besigye, 66, has recently led several protests against the rising cost of living in Uganda, as well as the entire African continent, as a result of the war in Ukraine. His lawyer, Elias Lukwago, said that the 4-time presidential candidate was arrested again on charges of inciting violence a week after his release. And outside Africa, the United States has announced a fresh infusion of $1 billion in weapons for Ukraine that includes anti-ship rocket systems, artillery rockets, howitzer, and ammunition. U.S. Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said that the latest weapon packages for Ukraine include 18 howitzers, 36,000 rounds of ammunition for them to happen coastal defense systems, artillery rockets, secure radios, thousands of night vision devices, and funding for the training. The 8 packages, which come as Austin is meeting with allies in Brussels, were split into 2 categories, which are a transfer of excess defense articles from U.S. stocks and other weapons being funded by the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, a separate congressionally authorized program.
Pleased to be able to announce today that the United States will provide an additional $1 billion security assistance package for Ukraine. And that includes our 12th drawdown from DoD inventory since August of 2021. And it includes guided MLRS munitions, 18 more M777 howitzers, and the tactical vehicles to tow them, and 36,000 rounds of 155 millimeter ammunition.
And that's the news updates. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I am Khadijat Balogun. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Life can be fun and rewarding, but it also comes with some risk. As in business, you win some, you lose some. And that's why you need to be wise in the choices you make. It's like placing a bet. Again, you need to be wise. Wise in choosing an innovative platform with the highest market options and highest odds ever. That's why Winners Golden Bet, the leader in online, in-shop, virtual, and live sports betting, gives you enhanced platforms that offer you the best chances of winning. For betting on live soccer matches, live dog races, and virtual games. Winners Golden Bet is your best bet. Instant payment of winnings guaranteed. Play online or in any of our numerous shops nearest to you.
Hey guys, be wise. Play on Winners Golden Bet.
Winners Golden Bet, the wise choice.
Filmmaker Reggie Dakum is putting the spotlight on ethnic groups in Nigeria with a documentary titled Tribe. The film is about the culture of the Mapun people in Plateau, Nigeria. Let's take a look.
Africa has 54 countries, more than 1.3 billion people, and more than 3,000 tribes.
In the documentary Tribe, Nigerian filmmaker Reggie Dakum describes his journey to rediscover his ancestry. Dakum belongs to the Mapun tribe based in central Nigeria's Plateau state. Nigeria has more than 300 tribes, but most people only know about the West African country's three main ethnic groups: Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba. Red Carpet spoke with Dakum, who said he made this documentary to ensure that his people's story was told and not left out of recorded history.
My motivation behind making this documentary lies in the fact that culture is constantly changing, evolving, and growing. With globalization taking effect, the world getting smaller, cities and nations being built, certain cultures are left behind or left out of the conversation. In Nigeria, like we know, everyone knows Hausa, Igbo, and Yoruba, but people don't know that there's much more diversity that Nigeria has to offer, because Nigeria has been blessed with so many different cultures. So Mapun is just one of them. In Nigeria, there are about approximately 370 tribes. In Plateau states, there are about approximately 60 tribes, and all these tribes have their own unique languages and traditions. So if different identities and communities and humans, families are not acknowledged, the risk of them going extinct is very much a reality. And so this documentary aims at shedding light on that. The fact that there are Mapun people, and there are also Tiv, Birom, Ngas, Tarok, Mogalu, and so much more that Nigeria has to offer. So that is one of the motivations for making this documentary.
Scientists generally have established that the origin of humankind is in Africa.
For a place this big and so diverse, its identity is constantly changing and to some extent fading away. So I'm going on a journey to learn about my tribe.
Africa's independent filmmakers have been making waves in film festivals and winning awards for their original content. With films from the continent available on major streaming platforms such as Netflix and Amazon Prime Video, Africa's cinema is flourishing in the digital age. The broader exposure for African filmmakers excites Dakum.
I think this is the perfect time to be an African storyteller. As you can see, African cinema is doing big things. It's being accepted in big platforms, in the streaming space, in the theatric space, in the festival space. African storytellers are finally able to use their voice on big platforms to tell our stories, because for a long time we've not been the one telling our stories, or we've not been heard. So this is a wonderful time to be an African storyteller, and I'm excited because so many young filmmakers are doing great things with their work. They're telling very important stories, stories that shape our understanding of what it means to be Nigerian, what it means to be African, Ghanaian, and so I'm just excited.
Defeating
President is a documentary chronicling the fierce struggle for power in Zimbabwe. The plot centers around the 2018 election. The country is set to hold its first election after 37 years under Robert Mugabe's dictatorship. Through the figure of the young Nelson Chamisa, the main opponent to putschist Emerson Mnangagwa, the film tells the story of Zimbabwe's yearning for democracy, a theme dear to filmmaker Camilla Nilsson.
Democracy in general, universally, is something that we need to care about and keep debating and keep nurturing, almost like a marriage or a relationship. We don't take care of it, it can crack, as we are seeing in many parts of the world right now besides Zimbabwe.
Camilla Nilsson, who previously documented Zimbabwe's political life, explains that her second film is an effort to highlight the historic significance of the 2018 election for Zimbabweans who lived through food shortages and a severe economic crisis. When asked why she chose to tell the story from the opposition's viewpoint, Nielsen explains that the MDC, the Movement for Democratic Change, is the only side to have given her access to its campaign.
And we did also approach Ide Mnangagwa and his camp to see if he would, like ZANU-PF and the ruling party had been part of my first film, accept to be filmed for this new documentary. But after some initial negotiations and actually an initial green light, the camp then declined, or basically didn't get back to my request for meetings, and so we could have made a more balanced film had Mnangagwa's camp agreed to be part of the movie, but unfortunately they declined.
To understand why the ruling party refused to be filmed by Nielsen's team, we contacted officials in the Mnangagwa administration. To this date, no response was provided. The documentary exposes the violent repression of demonstrators by the police that left more than 6 dead in the days leading up to the results. Besides the campaign and the presidential election, Nielsen's documentary also showcases the opposition's appeal to Zimbabwe's constitutional court after Emerson Mnangagwa was declared the winner.
All the drama that's in the film and why it feels like a thriller with the military and the police interrupting press conferences and all these dramatic events that took place during the election is not something that you could have ever scripted had it been a fiction film. I think we were surprised very much about how events turned.
The filmmaker believes that the documentary's ability to retain the viewer's attention is largely due to the choices made by the ruling party. Now, Camilla Nielsen says that the most important thing for her is to make sure Zimbabwean audiences see the film.
We still need to release President in Zimbabwe, and we're in the process of doing so. And that will be another huge chunk of time in the beginning of 2022 to make sure that any Zimbabwean who would want to see President had an opportunity to do so.
Nielsen's first documentary, Democrats, released in 2014, was censored until February 2018. Making President accessible to Zimbabweans is undoubtedly going to be a difficult but not impossible endeavor.
Reading is an essential habit and a culture that must be developed. Nigerians are generally believed to have a poor reading culture. The role of government in promoting reading and equipping reading spaces and libraries in Nigeria cannot be underestimated. But first, we must look at the development of reading habits from the home and the role parents play in encouraging their children.
My parents, my mom used to be a teacher, so reading was obviously part of a curriculum. And then my father used to be a professor and is an author. So I started reading very, very early, and I started reading books that were higher than my age grade. I was reading African writer series from age 7, age 8, and reading encyclopedias by that time. So obviously my parents had a huge part and encouraged that in me.
In the Nigerian book market, there's a high influx of foreign authors writing for children, but very few Nigerian authors telling relatable, homegrown Nigerian stories.
If you start out reading stories even to your baby, even before they're 1, and then as they get older, buy appropriate materials that are colorful, with easy to read words, and read with them. I think that helps.
Adedotun Enyade, a co-founder of Robin Heights, a leading bookstore in Nigeria, has tips for Nigerian authors and how they can improve on their work and get into the hearts of readers.
The story has to be good, right? If you're writing, whatever you're writing, if you're writing fiction, if you're writing non-fiction, it has to be really, really compelling, one. Next thing would be in terms of the packaging, right? People have gone past the era where you just take your books with just about any printer to print for you. I think, publishers, self-published authors as well, they need to invest in ensuring that the quality of the book, the final output is one that will, stack up with any book, published, elsewhere in the world. So that's really important. Then I think what would be like the most important tip for me to them would be just, they need to invest in marketing.
The book business, like any other business, is challenging.
If you ask anyone who's running the business in Nigeria, they will tell you capital, of course, right? It's, book selling is also, as with any other business, is also quite capital intensive. Like, getting to pay your rent, getting to actually buy the books and stock up like your shelves when you have them. Hiring good people requires decent amount of capital. So I would say it's getting the startup funds to set up something. And then if you're looking to do it at scale like we're hoping to do, then it also requires you raising funding, which isn't readily available in commercial banks, right? I don't think a bank would say they want to give you a loan to set up a bookstore. They probably will be skeptical about the number of people who read. So for us, I think it's just I would say capital is at the top of the totem pole.
It is commendable that certain individuals and organizations are making concerted efforts to revive the reading culture in the country. The government should also redesign the school curriculum to incorporate more reading activities in primary and secondary schools.
Welcome to Ladies Talking Business, a business lifestyle show where we break down the concept of business to its simplest form. I'm your host, Morimi Akon. On today's episode, we will be talking about building the right team in business. And discussing this with me in the studio is Rita Uzo Unebu. Rita graduated with honors in international law and diplomacy from Babcock University, Ogun State. She is an associate member of the Chartered Institute of Personnel Management and a member of the Nigerian Society of International Lawyers. She holds a diploma in French from the Nigerian French Language Village. Rita has over 12 years varied experience across several business units like tax consulting and advisory, people operations, training and development, and corporate services. Rita started her career as a consultant with KPMG Professional Services in the tax division and later moved to the training and development unit where she consulted for a wide range of clientele across the public and private sectors. She believes in startup businesses and positions herself to groom and build processes that would grow world-class businesses. She is currently the Chief Operations Officer for Agricorp International Development Limited. Well, welcome to Ladies Talking Business, Rita.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay. I know that HR personnel are usually seen as the... okay, let me not say it for my own good. Okay, so what are some of the important skills to look out for when picking a team of employees?
Okay, so of course there are several skills that you can consider or look at. So I would probably just restrict my response to maybe 3 or 4 skills. Yes, so I would say top on my list would be the adaptive skill. So you need to be adaptable, yeah? So, of course, we know how businesses start or how they go in today's world. You start something and then, well, due to environment or the economy or something, it doesn't quite go the way you've planned it out. So there is a need to change or tweak certain things. Yeah. You want to equip yourself with, individuals who are easy to adapt to those changes, such that this change may not necessarily have, a huge impact on productivity at the end of the day. So your adaptive skills, very important. I mean, that's one skill I'll be looking out for individuals to join my team. The second will be I'll talk about relationship management, because you're selling something all of the time. It's either you're selling yourself or you're selling maybe the business services or goods or whatever, the values of the business. So, but you're always literally selling something. So relationship management would help you, tell the story aligned to, what the business objectives are, as well as, even if it's yourself you're selling, you're basically always telling a story, and you want people who can basically align with your vision and keep telling the story consistently, to achieve good result or results at the end of the day. So I would throw in relationship management somewhere there. Oh, yes, I would also talk about resilience, drive and resilience. What do I mean by that? So more important than starting something is also the ability to end it and see through it, to the end. So you want to equip yourself with people who, will drive through the process with you and ensure that the end is, you reach the end, or you achieve your goal, or you achieve your result. So equipping yourself with a resilient person or someone who has the drive is something that you don't want to overlook, because you start off something, you need people. We all need people to be able to achieve results, yeah? So you start off something, you need people who would help you drive these results to completion. What some organizations will do would be to, create a balance. So maybe not everyone has the ability to end a process, but you can then have people who are good starters, so the start of the process, and then somewhere in between, those guys who can literally see it to completion, take over, and then you have a complete process. But if you don't have that process, very importantly, you want somebody who can end the process, because you don't want to start off a project and not see it to completion. So yes, I will throw in resilience as part of the skills to look out for.
That's 4. Do you have the fifth one?
3. No, so that's actually 3. Drive and resilience 1. We have
adaptive individuals.
Yes.
Drive and resilience.
Yes, and then we have relationship management.
Relationship management.
Yes.
Yeah, 3. Okay.
Do I throw in one more?
You can throw one more.
Okay, so and the last one. Yeah, I'll talk about initiative. Yeah, so you want to equip yourself with people who can take initiative. So yes, it's a lot of work, having to start a business, putting everything that you need to put in, think for the business so it can grow. I mean, it will do you a lot of good if you can equip yourself with people who can also take that initiative, so that people are thinking through the process and helping you, add value to the system. You may not have seen, the end from the beginning, but if you have people who are visionaries and can take initiatives, they would help you, and then together you're building,
I think that bit about initiative is quite lacking nowadays. Well, I may be wrong.
Well, I think it's an important skill to look out for, in your people.
Okay, so how can businesses encourage optimal participation of employees in the workplace?
In the workplace.
Like, what do you think they can do?
Okay, so I would say to engage, as simple as that word is, engagement. So what does that mean? You want to get people involved in the process. So you want to help them understand why, they are there. You want to help them understand how their little input actually make a difference, a significant difference in the business. So you're engaging them, you're telling them the story, you're giving them roadblocks, you're giving them the roadmap, and you're also, giving them the what's it called now, milestones as they achieve. They understand what is going on. So you're basically engaging them, so that they understand that, okay, this is where the business is at this time. There's a change, or what do we need to do to, make sure that we still don't lose out of what the end result is. They understand these things, and in which case they're better able to apply themselves to, be present and participate fully. You don't want people who, at the beginning, this was what you set out to do, and maybe, for example, we talked about change earlier, right? Yeah. There's a change and they don't know what this change is, and they're still stuck in the old way. So you need to engage them. You need to help them understand that, their input is very important, and it goes a long way in ensuring that the business meets its objective. So yeah, I would leave it as simply as that. Yes, get people involved in the business as much as you can.
I agree. We'll speak more on this shortly. We will be back for more conversations with our guest right after the break.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. The relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
You are still watching Ladies Talking Business on Plus TV Africa with our guest Rita Uzo Unebu, an HR consultant. Okay, Rita, so in your opinion, what are the key positions required in a startup? So, like I said, startup. It does mean it's like small business,
yes.
But what do I need to feel?
Of course, barring all biases, I would say you need somebody who understands people. So HR. That would have to be the
small business.
Yes.
It's just
Yes, I understand. So it can either be the fact that somebody that can help you or support you. You don't need the HR person in-house, but somebody that would basically advise you on, the right people you should get that would fit into certain roles that would help you achieve your results. So yes, it doesn't have to be somebody in-house, but at least you're talking to the right person who would help you achieve that or get the right people, because that's what you want at the end of the day, right? So sorry, I had to lead with that. I think we're very important. You also need somebody who understands numbers, finance or the accounts guys, because you're getting funds, you're pushing in funds into the business. You want somebody who understands how these funds are gotten, how to use the funds to be able to get more money. That's why you're in business, right? So you need somebody who understands numbers. So I would say a finance or an account expert.
I don't have money to pay people. I'm just a small business.
So do you want to work alone? No. You need people. Okay. You need people to go. And again, it's not. So the good thing about it is there are a lot of small, There are a lot of things you can actually get as a small business from people who understand the scale of your business, and then you're working with them to help you situate or establish a business that can stand the test of time. This is me assuming that you're not just starting the business for the sake of it. You want something that would literally even outlive you, yeah? So whatever you do from the beginning determines how great or how big you want to grow. And that's why I'm calling, these people. Now, these guys may be you at the end of the day, but just know that at some point you would be overwhelmed. And then you need people to, take these little tasks of you so that you can literally focus on the core business, so to speak. So if you're an individual who can do all of this, perfect. But, the advice is always to, diversify or get in not as many people, but the important people that would help you. Yes.
Okay, so you need a finance person, you need an HR advisor.
Yes, an advisor, exactly. Even a finance advisor too. Okay. They go both ways, yeah? You need somebody, so again, because I have assumed that the business is here to stay, you're selling something, right? Either goods or services. So you need somebody who is going to help you tell the story.
A marketer,
Exactly, a salesperson, business development person that would help you push, the value that you are as a business to the world out there. Of course, that cannot be overemphasized, right?
No, it can't.
So a lot of times the owner of the business takes on this responsibility, but if you can do it, perfect, like I said, but again, you're just one person. So you need somebody who understands how to, go about getting in businesses for your business,
and bringing
in which case
the
you're
money,
growing.
basically.
That's the bottom line, right?
Okay.
So those are the 3 areas I would look at. Of course, as you grow, you would need so many other things.
Yeah, then you probably can start affording,
maybe your operations guy who understands processes and procedures and help you, align efficiency to what the business wants to do at the end of the day. We can talk all of that later as you grow, yeah?
As you grow,
yes.
Okay. So let's talk about the importance of team building to a business.
Okay, so
this is proper HR.
So funny you brought this up because it's also, you asked the question earlier on how you can, get people to participate more.
Yeah.
Team building is one sure way of getting people to participate more, because what team building does for you is it helps the people, like your colleagues, understand themselves, and if they understand themselves better, chances are that they can then interact better with themselves, and as such the work becomes easier because you've more or less created an enabling environment for work to happen. So team building, I would say, cannot be overemphasized. You need to be deliberate about it, what you do, the kind of activities you come up with, and you're not doing team building just for the sake of it. Oh, I heard team building is good, let's go for it. No, you're deliberate. You know what you want to achieve. You want to get your people to work together because remember, it's a team, so you need everybody's ideas, everybody's input to achieving results. So you need to be deliberate. You need to, when you say team building, you need to mean team building, and go all out. That's my advice. So team building cannot be overemphasized.
So what activities encourage team building?
Or what activities you can do for team building?
Yeah, you can do for team
building. So I was actually going to say that much later in the chat, but
I'll let you say much later.
No, but it's fine. Team building is team building. Any activity that helps the team come together. It doesn't have to be work all the time, but you can even introduce some fun work activity where people can interact. So yes, I'll give you this example. Nowadays, there are things called alternate workspaces, and what these means is that I can literally, get up from my workstation, and there's a space that I can go to where I would be meeting people from other departments who don't necessarily have anything to do with my work, but because we're a team, remember, everybody has an input to the bottom line of the business. Because we're a team, we sit down at the alternate workspace, interact. So guess what? You might not necessarily be talking about your work, but you're interacting. You're talking with people, of different departments. You loosen up. And then you can go back to your work, even in the alternate space. So this can actually also encourage team building because that has forced you to get in, even while working, right? So that has forced you to get in touch or be in contact with people, that are not necessarily in your department, but, at the end of the day, you need everybody's input to get the work done. So that's an example. I would maybe elaborate more.
We'll talk
later.
about it after the break.
Yes.
We will go on a short break now. Please stay with us.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Thanks for staying with us. I'm still here with Rita Uzo Unebu, Chief Operations Officer for Agricorp International Development Limited. Okay, Rita, employee retention. You know that's what you just gave to me. Okay. I mean, some businesses have really high turnovers. So what can you do to keep your employees to stay?
Okay, so I saw this coming, right?
You're an HR person, you see it coming.
Of course. So at the risk of overflogging the team building conversation we just had, I would throw in team building as something you can do to encourage retention. Also, I had spoken earlier on about engagement and helping people understand why they are where they are and how their input matters into the operations
business,
of the business. If you can marry these two well together, I think that to a large extent. Now it sounds very simple because I've said it in plain English, and it just feels like, oh, is that it? Of course, there are a lot more that you can do. I just mentioned this too. But just like I had said earlier on, there are actually deliberate steps. There are things that you need to focus on. So you're not paying, for example, lip service to a team building activity. You know what it is you want to achieve and you're deliberate about it. Maybe what I can then do is to give you an example of what we do at Agricorp, right?
Okay.
So we more or less seize every opportunity. Yeah, we're a small team, yeah, but it seems like everybody's doing everything that they can to ensure that the business grows. So we literally always seize the opportunity to bond. What do I mean? It could be a Feel Good Friday, which literally happens almost all the time because, hey, this work, we're done. That's we're tired.
Friday is a Feel Good Friday.
Exactly. People just do things, and you're literally, so as HR, you're literally, how the transactional HR can be. Oh, you can't do this in the office. You can't do that in the office. But on these days, you have to let go.
Down.
Exactly. You have to let go. Let people be themselves. The truth is, they spend a lot of time in the office, so you want them to be as comfortable as possible. And these are the guys who are going to give you the results. So you want them at their, would I say best? Permit me to use the word best all of the time, yeah? So these are some of the things. In fact, it's almost, for birthdays, for example, it is somebody's birthday. It's almost like we're not all going to work that day because we're looking forward to, there's always birthday activity. Where's the cake? Where's the drink? Everybody feels like it's their birthday, even though it's not their birthday, yeah? So we're using that opportunity. It even goes as far as, an example, my brother just came in. They don't know my brother. They don't know who he is. But, oh, he's in town. We want to do a get-together. You guys, come through. And everybody's following him, So it's deliberate. It is something, and then it is something that they're also looking forward to because people just want to unwind. People just want to, people just want to chill.
I think since COVID, work isn't
the
so
same.
Much as, it's not the same.
Truly, and people need to even capitalize on that. I was going to come to that. So yes, there was the introduction of work from home and everything. We've seen that it is possible. We've seen that your business, your business would not necessarily lose out if you do work from home. I know that businesses have started to come back since the whole lockdown thing and all. What we have encouraged at Agricorp is to maintain a hybrid. So yes, there's some days you would come to the office. I mean, just because we know we're at work, I mean, we have an employer, we need to show that level of, seriousness, permit me to use that word. But then again, there's also the work from home policy that would help you. I mean, you're working, but you're doing it at a relaxed pace. So that's also something you can throw in. So yes, team building would help you, ensure that there's retention. I can tell you for free that in the last, since inception, we haven't really recorded any cases of resignations or all that. So it means we're doing something right, basically. Yeah. So,
so it means you guys are doing something right.
We're doing something right. So,
okay, so someone once said to me, women need to keep their emotions in check in the workplace. And that was a lady that said that to me.
Oh,
actually.
wow.
Yeah. So what are your thoughts on this?
Why women,
yeah, because she was coming from the angle of it's we women that have hormones that make us behave.
Oh, wow. Okay. Well, it's a good thing I'm a woman. So I wouldn't quite answer it from a women perspective.
Okay.
I would instead look at it from a people perspective, because there are a lot of times you can bring in extra baggage into the work. And I don't think it's a women thing, really.
Well, I mean, the reason she said that was because she's like, and if you try to correct them, they say, oh, that's how I am.
No.
Now, you probably won't hear a man say that at the workplace.
So we can't tell that. Maybe that is the interaction she's had with a fellow woman. But, I mean, I'm just struggling with women. I mean, making it a women thing. Nah.
For me, it was because it came from a woman.
You were a bit taken aback. We're the ones who curse or allow some of these statements people make, about us get to us, because it's not a women thing.
If you say so.
I refuse to make it a women thing, right? It's more a people thing. And to answer that simply, there's no point bringing in extra baggage into the workplace, right? So it's best to deal with the situation, emphasis on the situation, and not the person, so that, work goes on smoothly. So yes, be you a woman or a man, as the case may be, don't introduce extra baggage, because it just elongates the whole process and would possibly cause conflicts that you don't want in the workplace. So you're better off just, leaving out extra baggage in that might be introduced.
So I want us to talk about HR.
Okay.
Every time I talk about HR, you smile.
Yep.
What qualities must one possess to be a successful HR person?
You want us to go there?
Yes. Okay. Just give me brief points.
Brief.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to do this like I'm in a classroom.
Yes.
So I'll go. Okay. Number one on my list. Patience.
Okay.
That one, because you're having to deal with all sorts of personalities. As a matter of fact, sometimes, in fact, most times, the things you're having to deal with are things that go against your own belief as a person. But you can't literally just push yourself out there to, make people feel like, okay, this lady doesn't like me. So you need to be patient, hear them out, try to understand what it is that they're saying, before you can interact. So patience is very important. Yes. Yeah. You also need to have very good communication skills. Now, what do I mean by communication skills? So a lot of times HR is supposed to say it as it is, right? But at the same time, you're considering the person's feelings and person. But that doesn't mean you wouldn't say it as it is. So you need to find a fine balance, in your communication of the issue. So that is a skill that you need to have as HR. So all that drama of this is how I am, you need to deal with it. You can't be that, in HR. You need to strike a good balance. Okay. Can I go on?
Yeah, you can give me one more point.
One more. So, of course, you can't. It goes without saying. People management. You need to love people for people. You need to have the flair of actually working. There's some people that just leave them on their own. They will do the work, get it done, and move on. Yeah. As HR, while that may look like it's a fine thing, you want to also have the skill to be able to deal with people, because you can't do everything on your own. Yeah. So it goes without saying, you need to have people management skills to be in HR.
Well, so at what point do I know I need to see HR? Very quickly, before I let you go.
Okay, so HR is supposed to be a partner. HR is supposed to be your friend. I don't know how it operates in most other organizations, but that is really how it's supposed to be. So if ever there's a time you're not certain as to what steps to take, what decisions to make, or you just want to double check, HR is your go-to person, because they're your partner. They're actually there to make the work go on. They're actually there to consolidate everyone's effort to ensure that the work goes on. So if you have those doubts, if you have to be clear about certain things, please contact HR. That's my advice. I know they're scared.
Once you just hear HR,
I don't know why they're scared of HR.
Trouble is looming somewhere.
I don't know why they're scared of HR, but I mean, HR is not supposed to be about that.
So
HR is actually supposed to be your friend. Yes, but like the police force. Okay, no, actually better than the police force. We're your friend, we're your partner.
Okay.
We're supposed to walk you through, the process and ensure that work gets done the way it's supposed to get done in order to achieve business results.
Amazing. Thank you so much for this.
Thank you.
Hilarious conversation, Rita. I had fun. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks for joining us today on this episode of Ladies Talking Business. Do join us this same time next week for another episode. Do follow us on Plus TV Africa Lifestyle on YouTube for more. I'm Morimi Akon. See you next time.
Nigeria, by extension, Africa, is faced with a lot of challenges. The growing youth population with little engagement, that is a ticking time bomb. We are a blessed people with diverse culture and highly cerebral minds who have a lot to say. And yes, we are talking. It is important we drive the right conversation that informs, inspires, influences thoughts and action. If we say there's beauty in our diversity, then let us embrace our diverse culture. We must continue to courageously be the voice of transformation as we are the hope for the future. Yesterday's conversations shape today. What are you saying to shape your tomorrow? We know you have a lot to say, and we are here to hear you.
Kingsley Mogalu dumps the ADC after losing presidential primaries. And group urges INEC to extend its voter registration deadline. Well, this is Plus Politics. I'm Mary Anacom. A presidential aspirant of the African Democratic Congress, ADC, Professor Kingsley Mogalu, has resigned his membership of the party. Now, in his resignation letter, which was addressed to the party chairman, Okengwosu, Mogalu cited alleged infractions from the party's presidential primary election as reasons for leaving. Now, the former presidential candidate of Young Progressive Party in the 2019 general elections was defeated at the just concluded primary elections of the ADC in Abeokuta. The winner, Dumebi Kachiku, as we all know, scored 977 votes. Mogalu polled 589 votes to come second. Well, joining us to discuss this is the Director of Media Strategy to Professor Kingsley Mogalu, Michael Achimogu, and Good Governance Advocate, Segun Shopiton. Thank you so much, gentlemen, for joining us.
Yes, I can hear you.
Thank you for joining us. Great. I'm going to start with you, Michael, because this is about your principle. Before we even get to the resignation part, I have spoken to several people on the issue of the presidential primaries and, of course, what exactly transpired. But you probably were there. Paint us a picture of what your principal, Mr. Mogalu, is referring to as some form of corruption that took place at the venue of the primaries.
Thank you very much. The reasons why Professor Kingsley Mogalu resigned from the ADC are clearly stated in his letter of resignation to the party, and there's no ambiguity there. And it's instructive to note, even before we go on, that he is not the only person who has left the party based on those concerns. You might remember that just yesterday, Dr. Shamsuddin Lamido, another presidential aspirant on the party's platform, also tendered his resignation, citing, corruption, among other things. And even before these presidential primaries came, two members of the National Exco who were based in Lagos also resigned from the party. I think Akin Braithwaite and another honorable, I forget his name now as well. And all of these persons have cited the same concerns. The party obviously did not keep its word, as one that's different from the APC and the PDP. And with the sham that went on in Abeokuta was least expected and not agreeable to the principles, that ideals that Professor Kingsley Mogalu represents. And for that reason, he chose to leave. By the way, I have often wondered since yesterday why someone resigning from a party, which is a right, by the way, should lead to controversy of any kind. But, well, here we are.
Before we go into the controversial part of it, when you keep saying it's a sham, I'm trying to understand exactly what happened. I did speak to a representative of the Electoral College who also said that there were high hopes for the ADC and that there were young people who were going to be somewhat drafted to the party to understudy, the inner workings of the party. But because of what happened at that primaries, they had withdrawn those young people. Again, what exactly happened that made you, Mr. Mogalu, call this a sham? These allegations, how true are they? We heard that money is exchanged hands. There was imposition of candidates. Who imposed these candidates and why?
Who is alleging that money exchanged hands, and money from who to who?
Well, we heard that the person who eventually emerged as the party flag bearer had induced, allegedly, the delegates with certain amounts of monies. Some was given before the voting, and then the rest was redeemed right after. Because we were not there, I would really like to know exactly what transpired.
Before these primaries came up, the party itself had issued a communique ordering or instructing all aspirants not to have anything directly to do with the delegate. Delegates whom we didn't even know, by the way, until the day of the primaries. And it was instructed that all aspirants should donate monies to the national headquarters secretariat of the party so that they would take care of transportation, accommodation, and feeding for delegates. And so we didn't have access to any delegates from our side, only for us to find out 2 days, on the eve, rather, of the primaries, that a particular aspirant had been given privileged access all by himself to all of the delegates. We didn't have the delegates list, We've spoken to some of the other aspirants as well, and they also complained that they had continued to ask for delegates list and nobody gave access to them. But yeah, we have an aspirant, one of the aspirants who literally confessed to himself on TV yesterday that, he was meeting with between 14 to 15 of the delegates per state, and he was given $900 each to this delegate. We didn't have this information, and we found out as well that despite the party having taken money from us, under the guise of providing accommodation, transport, and feeding for delegates, some particular aspirants were allowed, to have pre-arrangements for this same, logistics for delegates. We didn't have this information. We didn't have this knowledge, and it went against the rule of the party, and so it gave unfair advantage to some delegates, to some aspirants. It wasn't what we signed up for.
Let me come to you, Shegun, because you are a good governance advocate, and of course you work with civil society. One would point to the major political parties and the major players as, when we talk about corruption or vote buying, the fingers are always pointed to the major parties. And then many people would hold the opinion that these other parties might necessarily have better internal democracy as compared to the major parties. But we see that the apple, in this case, does not necessarily fall far from the tree, does it?
Yeah.
Thanks, Marianne. I really, must say that the way this whole process has gone so far, both within the major political parties, APDPC, as I like to call them, because they are one and the same, those two parties, and between the other smaller parties, the way the entire process has gone so far has been disappointing. For the major political parties, nobody expected anything less. Nobody expected anything better. This is how they have run. And the more we have moved forward in time, the worse their conduct has become in terms of what the boundaries are. The floor keeps getting lower. You think that they've sunk a bit to the bottom of the ocean, if you like, and then they move the floor of the ocean even further down, and they go further down. But for this other party, where some Nigerians would have wanted to invest a bit of hope, in because of the fact that they can provide a platform for supposedly better candidates, it's extremely unfortunate and disappointing to find that it's just more of the same. The only difference is that the magnitude and the scale of the financial value of the exchanges that are happening is less. But, so if the APC and the PDP are sharing $50,000, $20,000, $40,000, $70,000 per delegate, depending on who you listen to, the only difference between them and apparently this other party is that they are sharing $1,000, $2,000, $500, maybe even $100 per delegate. And that is extremely unfortunate, because one had hoped that these other parties will do things differently and will be able to perhaps begin to push for some sort of an alliance between them to fight the two major parties. But now, what options, exist for Nigerians if this kind of thing could have been happening within the ADC, and in 2019, similar things happened in the AAC. That has Mr. Yele Sowore, whether he's the candidate or the chairman, nobody even knows because they're still in court, and we just have all of these types of incidents all over the place. Even in the SDC primary, there were strong rumors that monies actually did exchange hands between some of the aspirants at the time and the delegates. So where is the difference? So it looks as if we have a much deeper, much more fundamental problem on our hands than we realize.
And you just played to my next question, Segun, because I was going to ask. First part of the question was, should we write off every other political party because of what has happened in the ADC or what's happened in the SDP or maybe another small party where you have, Sowore? Should we, jettison hope for other parties other than the APC and the PDP, being that we're also seeing similarities? But then, going forward, like you said, there might be a bigger problem, which is fundamental. Does this not necessarily mirror what our society has somewhat watered itself down to? And then, of course, it leaves us with the question of how do we change the parties if we don't change the people?
Well, so for me, first of all, I like to think that we cannot blame a society for the failure of its leaders, even though the leaders came out of that society, right? So it's a bit of a catch-22 kind of situation where you're saying, okay, so if the people produce the leaders, then how can society change? But the truth of the matter is that the entirety of society is not bad, and I have always maintained that the average human being has some good in him and has some bad. And for most people, the good generally tends to outweigh the bad. So what determines what happens in a society is the factors that promote either the good or the bad to be more evident in each individual in that society. You know, so I wouldn't want to say, oh, this is we have a society problem and all of that. Right now, I think the solution might very well be that we need to identify the good people amongst us and find a way to get them into office, regardless of this political party structure.
I'm tempted to ask, how do we get them into office?
We have to get good people into office.
Yeah, but how do we get them into office? Because, it's not like you can just have like a, what's it called? A tunnel that we can just smuggle them through. It is a process. And if we must have them in these same political parties that we're complaining about, they are still subject to the establishment, aren't they? So how do we find this way that you're talking about?
So for me, I think that the only way forward that I can see at this moment, in this moment in time, at this point in our history, in our development as a country, is for people like Professor Kingsley Mogalu, who Michael is representing on this show, for example, and other candidates that Nigerians still have some measure of respect, some measure of hope in, to come together. If these candidates, so if a Kingsley Mogalu, for example, can work with maybe a Peter Obi, who some might argue, for example, is not as bad as the mainstream politicians that we have around, can work with maybe an Adewale Adebayo, who is the candidate of the Social Democratic Party right now, can work with maybe a Kola Abiola, who is the candidate of the People's Redemption Party right now, you know, and a number of other people. There are 15 candidates right now there will be 15 candidates on the ballot, right? Mm-hmm. Out of that 15, can we have 7, 8, maybe 9 of them leave their personal interests, their personal ambitions, which, to be honest and to be realistic, to be pragmatic, are unrealistic in the first place anyway. None of them can become president on their own. None. So can we have a situation where these guys come together in some sort of a collegiate structure, select one amongst themselves to represent the rest of them, and best hope in that person to the Nigerian people? Can we see possibly an offset of some sort from this scenario? The party that person runs on might then no longer be relevant because there is a movement of the people behind such a person. And there is a movement of other candidates and other parties behind such a person. So obviously there's going to be a few differences here and there in that process, but that, if you have enough of galvanization behind one person, there might be hope. But will they do this? The question is in the air.
Okay, I will come back to you because something just popped in my head when you said if they could all work together. But let me come back to Michael. Michael, your principal is, of course, the subject of our conversation. Now, he did mention, he didn't rather disclose what his next political strategy would be. I asked this because there was a subtle post by one of the presidential aspirants of the ADC, Chukwuka Moye, right after the primaries. 2 words, Peter Obi. And then it left a lot of people, trying to speculate as to what his next move would be. But in your case, I do not know, if Mr. Mogalu has disclosed this to you, but what would be his strategy, his next political strategy? Since he's exited the party, and this is not the first party he's exiting, what do you think would be his next move? Now, we also know that he has a following of sorts. It obviously means that if he's exiting the party, his following or his followers will exit the party. What would be your next move? Listening to what Segun has said, is there going to be a collaboration, a synergy of sorts that would support a person that he might think would be worth working with?
Well, there are always a number of options that are open in moments like this. But he just left the country to run a quick medical check. As soon as he's back, we are going to sit down and review what has happened, look at some of these options, and then an announcement will be made. For his supporters, most of them would like for him to continue. perhaps onto a different party and pick a ticket again, but as soon as he's back, the decision will be communicated to everybody.
And I just want to just push you further because of what Segun has said. How does this make you feel as a young person who's very enthusiastic about, a better Nigeria? And you can see the number of young people who are, coming out to get their voters card, being that they want to also be part of the electoral process come 2023. Now, with what's happened within the ADC, what level of hope do you have in saving our Nigeria?
You're breaking up. I can barely hear you.
So I said, can you hear me now?
Yes, I can.
Yes, I was saying, now that, this has happened within the ADC, and for a young person who's supporting an effort for a better Nigeria, a progressive Nigeria, what level of hope do you have now in building that Nigeria, in rescuing what's left of Nigeria, especially as 2023 approaches?
Well, it's encouraging to see. It's really, in fact, admirable, the revolution, if you will, that's currently ongoing. From the era of EndSARS 2 years ago, the Nigerian youth have shown that, they are starting to recognize their powers and also to what they can achieve, if given the opportunity and the right motivation. I can't say I know exactly, maybe the momentum right now is with Peter Obi, and I'm actually very glad, both for him as a person, and for the Nigerian youth. However, we must still understand that, social media galvanization alone on its own does not win election, but this is a pointer, to what is to come and what we can achieve. It's very encouraging. I'm happy about it. And well, it gives one hope, but we wait to see how long we can sustain this momentum can be sustained. Because in my experience, the average Nigerian has a challenge, with sustaining this kind.
Michael, are you still there? Oh, I think that we lost that connection with Michael. Well, Michael Chimogu is the Director of Media and Strategy to Professor Kingsley Mogalu. And of course, Segun Sopitan is a good governance advocate. I want to say thank you to both gentlemen for being part of the conversation. And as we go on our first break, we will come back to talk about the extension of voter registration. Now, don't forget, numbers of Nigerians are streaming out to get their registration done so that they can be part of the elections come 2023. We'll get to talk to the INEC officials on what their next move will be. Stay with us.
It is engagement we need to have.
Those who suffer miscarriages are never taken into account.
Members of the National Assembly are also influence peddlers.
You are sitting on Nigerians' money.
From the barbing, I pay my rent. On the barbing, I send my children to school.
A consultative engagement.
No any tangible notification before they ban us.
It's one thing for people to be at your back and the heat of the moment, and another thing for them to still be with you when push comes to shove.
I will do everything to take Lagos out of the national grid.
An Igbo social cultural think tank with members both in Nigeria and in the diaspora, Nzuko Umunna, has called on the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, to extend the ongoing continuous voter registration exercise beyond the 30th of June 2022. Now, that has been the deadline that was set aside by INEC to address the surge in eligible voters. Now, this group has said it has observed the enthusiasm of eligible voters to get registered, as well as INEC's assurances that no voter will be disenfranchised, stressing that the Commission has demonstrated uncommon patriotism. Now, in a signed statement by the Executive Secretary of the group, Ngozi Odumoko, the group noted that it had observed the huge turnouts of eligible voters, especially youth, for voter registration across the country. Well, joining us to shed more light on this is National Commissioner and Chairman, Information and Voter Education Committee for the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC, Mr. Festus Okoye. It's good to have you join us, Mr. Okoye.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Great. It was a beautiful sight for a lot of Nigerians to see what's happened in Lagos, where we saw, in fact, some people would have wondered if it was a concert that people were going for. But then, of course, it was the turnout for the voters' registration in Lagos State. I also understand that this is being replicated across the country. But there are those who think that INEC should allow for these voter registration to be continuous, because every single day a Nigerian turns 18. Is that something that INEC is capable of doing, and why is it not the case?
Well, you know that for this present registration, we started the online pre-registration on the 28th day of June 2021. And in July, we started the physical registration in 37 of our state offices and the 774 local government areas across the Federation. Although we didn't roll out in some local governments and in some local governments on account of security challenges, because we had a meeting with the various political parties, with the civil society groups and organizations, with the security agencies, and we agreed on a rollout and rollback procedure that if we roll out and we encounter serious security challenges, we will roll back to our offices. And that's exactly what we have been doing. Now, this present challenge we have, this present surge, is something that is slightly unusual. This is because this present registration the Commission is doing is not a fresh registration. We already have over 85 million Nigerians in our database, those who have registered previously. So this present CVR is only for those who have never ever registered, and those who have turned 18 from the last time we carried out our voter registration process. But what is going on is that those who have lost their PVC, rather than enter our online portal or go and report that they have lost their PVC, we go and register afresh. Those whose PVCs have been defaced, we go and register afresh. Those who want to do voter transfer from one state to the other, from one local government to the other, or from one registration area to the other, we register afresh. And that is not what this entire process is all about. If you look at the figure we released during the first and second quarter of registration, you will see that out of the 2,523,458 valid completed registrations, 1,390,519 were invalid. And these are people who engage in multiple or double registration. So this registration is not for everybody. It's for only those who turn 18 and those who have never registered in any election whatsoever. And this thing has been going on for almost a year now. Sometimes our registration officers register one single individual a day. But you know, this 11th hour challenge, this 11th hour syndrome is part of the bane of our political process. We normally wait until the last minute and until the last hour before we go to register. But we have taken all these things on board, and we have taken remedial action to address the acute challenges in some of the states of the Federation.
I must say it's a heinous task for INEC to take on. But just to go back to something that you made reference to, the fact that there are lots of people who do not necessarily need to register afresh who are doing so. My question is, the reason why we're having these issues, could it be that maybe the information was not clear enough, people were not educated as to what this CVR is for, so that they would not be showing up for those instances? For example, a couple of us still have our temporary voters cards because we were unable to get our PVCs. And there has to be information as to how we can get those PVCs. And for those who are supposed to be transferring their to new polling units, they're supposed to have access to that information. Now, again, I'm sure you would tell me it's on your website. How many Nigerians have access to the internet, and how many of them can get that information if it's not readily put out there in clear words for them to understand?
Now, the truth of the matter is that when you go to any of our state or local government offices to register, the registration officer will ask you whether you have registered before. Sometimes when people go to these registration centers and ask them whether they have registered before, they will say no. But in truth and in fact, they have registered before. And some of them live in the cities and they have left their voters cards down there in the village, and they knew this new registration for purposes of entering the market or entering the church or doing one thing or the other. Some people who ordinarily should do transfer, refuse to do transfer, they want to go for outright registration. Now, if you come and say that you have lost your permanent voter's card, sometimes we require you to provide an affidavit showing that you have lost your permanent voter's card. And some of our people, when you ask them to provide an affidavit, they will just simply move to another local government or another registration area and go and register. When they ask them whether they have registered before, they will say no. But when we bring the registration to our office and we run our automated biometric identification system, we will find out that they have registered before and their new registration will be classified as invalid. We've employed the services of traditional rulers. We have done direct advocacy. We are using the television. We are using the radio to try to educate our people on some of these issues. So many of our youth have also gone on our online portals to go and utilize the services. But what we are saying is that we recognize the fact that there has been a huge challenge in terms of registration. There has been a surge in the registration figures. And based on that, just last week, the Commission deployed an additional 209 iBed machines, including fingerprint scanners and thermal printers, to Kano State, to Lagos State, to the 5 states of the Southeast, and to Oyo State, so that we can ameliorate the areas of acute challenge. But we're on top of the situation, and we believe that we will address this present surge in voter registration figures.
I'm going to, ask this question walking on eggshells here. Why does INEC have to do this all alone? Because I know that it's a stretch. You have elections in Ekiti, you're going to have Osun, and of course you're preparing for the general election, so it's a bit of work for you. Why isn't there a collaboration of sorts? I'm asking because we have banks who take our biometrics. We have the telecommunication companies who take our biometrics. We have the customs, or the immigrations, I beg your pardon, who take our biometrics. Why can't we work with, especially these telecommunication companies, to help INEC, in some of these registrations, instead of stretching itself thin? Only a suggestion and a question.
The Independent National Electoral Commission has the largest database of Nigerians than any other company you can think of, any other organization. Presently we have the data of 85 million Nigerians in our database. What I'm saying is that we have spaced out this registration in such a way that people will not be stressed. For those who are computer literate, for those who can go online, we made it as simple as possible. You just go online, key in all your information. The only thing you go to our office to do is to go and capture your fingerprints and capture your pictures, and you go away. And if you do that, the process lasts for less than 5 minutes, and it's been going on for over a period of 1 year. But I think that it will not be right for some market leaders to close down the market, unleash 5,000 of their members on one registration center that has 1 or 2 Adverts machines, and expect us to do magic. No, that is not the way things are done. We expected a situation where in a day, a registration machine will register maybe between 100 and 150 individuals per day. And we have spent out these things over a period of 1 year, taking into consideration that at the end of the day, we are going to do what we call display for claims and objections. We're also going to clean up the voters register. We're also going to print this voters register and give to the political parties, get some ready for the main election itself, then print the permanent voters cards of all the registrants, and then get them to come and collect these permanent voters cards ahead of the election, and then stop everything relating to registration, updating of the voters register, and revision of the voters register 90 days to the election. So all these things have to be taken on board in terms of looking at what we do. So that's why we space the team out for a period of one year.
But
unfortunately,
but what you're telling me is still it sounds more like you're taking on a lot, just as I said at the beginning, and that's why I'm asking, why can't you enlist people who have also what it takes to get bio data or to get information and then feed it to you, making your job easier? Because people go to banks every day, people go to telecommunication companies every day to fix their lines or do whatever, register for their NIN. Why can't you enlist these people to help, save you the trouble? Because you're complaining about 5,000 people per day as opposed to your expectation of 100. So what do you do to reduce that stress? Are there no strategies in sight, or maybe, let me use the Nigerian balance, in the pipeline that would help you reduce the trouble that you're facing right now?
No, I'm not complaining. The commission is not complaining that 5,000 people arrive at the registration center in a day. That is not the complaint. The complaint and the issue is that this registration process has been going on for 1 year, 1 whole year. Sometimes our registration officers register one single individual per day. And we set this thing out in such a way that anybody who is desirous of registering will have an opportunity of doing that seamlessly without any form of stress. But the challenge is that most of our people did not utilize this 11-month period. Rather, just because the registration is about to close, we now have a surge to the extent that some of our registration centers are overwhelmed. But what we have done is that we have deployed additional machines, and we are going to tackle some of these challenges. In the next few days, the commission will meet, review the situation, and then do whatever it takes to make sure that every Nigerian who is registrable and who presents himself or herself to any of our registration officers gets to register. We are not going to leave any Nigerian behind, and we are going to make sure that people get to register because we believe that it's their sovereign right, and they also have a right to exercise their civic right by voting for candidates of their choice in any election.
Finally, before I let you go, Doctor, we have heard many people, especially in the Southeast, the South, the Southwest, complain that before the 2019 elections, they felt disenfranchised as they were unable to get their voter cards. They kept saying that every time they showed up, they would say, oh, it's not ready. And that's how some of them were unable to vote during the elections. It's not that they were not showing up to get those cards, but they were not given the cards. Now, I know that you're an INEC representative and you're going to help us to, debunk this. How are we also certain that we will not hear the same complaints before the 2023 elections? What is INEC doing within its power to make sure that nobody is left out, especially those who have registered early enough to get access to those cards? What's the time frame between the registration process and when they can get their cards?
For those who registered during the first and second quarter of registration, the first quarter of registration started on the 28th day of June 2021, and then by the second quarter ended on the 14th day of January 2022. Those people who registered during a particular period, their cards are ready and have been forwarded to our local government offices so they could as well go and pick up their cards. For those who registered during the first quarter and those who are registering during this fourth quarter, we want to make sure that we print their cards way ahead of the 2023 general election so that they can collect these cards. But you know, if we keep on in this trajectory of extending the time and extending the time, by the time we are going to print the permanent voters cards, it will be too late for the election. And then the issue of getting people to collect these cards becomes a huge challenge. And so we want to complete everything relating to voter registration and then get these cards ready. Send bulk SMS to all the those whose cards are ready. And then those who have email addresses, we contact them through their email addresses and get them to come and collect these cards. But no card will be collected by proxy. Every registered voter must collect the card by himself or herself. And we are not going to give the card in bulk to any individual or allow anybody to collect any of those cards by proxy.
Well, you have a daunting task ahead of you and also ahead of the 2023 elections. We wish you all the best. Thank you very much. Mr. Festus Okoye is of the Independent National Electoral Commission, INEC. Thank you so much for speaking with us. We appreciate it, always.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, thank you all for being part of the conversation tonight. That's it on Plus Politics. I'm Mary Anacon. Tomorrow we return with more pressing political issues as we talk for development. Have a good evening.
My philosophy is very simple. When you see something that is not right, not fair, not just, say something, do something, get in trouble, good trouble, necessary trouble.
The late congressman's lifelong struggle for civil rights in America is chronicled in Don Porter's documentary John Lewis, Good Trouble.
We're marching today to dramatize to the world that hundreds and thousands of Negro citizens denied the right to vote.
Using rare archival footage, the documentary highlights Lewis's more than 60 years of social activism. In 1963, he was one of the organizers of the March on Washington. In 1965, he helped lead a nonviolent march across the Edmund Pettus Bridge in Montgomery, Alabama, against segregation and for the right to vote. There, armed Alabama police attacked the peaceful demonstrators, including Lewis, in a day that became known as Bloody Sunday.
I was hit in the head. My knees went from under me. I thought I was going to down the bridge.
Hours before Lewis's death on July 17th, the documentary's executive producer, Erica Alexander, spoke to VOA about Lewis's political convictions and personality.
He knows that the most powerful nonviolent tool for change in any movement, and especially in that, is the right to vote. So he works hard to defend it. He protects that right for everybody. He's a person who doesn't get pessimistic because he understands that America as an idea is a gift.
Using current interviews and footage, Don Porter's documentary shows how the late civil rights icon continued until the end to provide the blueprint for a transparent and fair legislative process for voting rights, for healthcare reform, for immigration and gun control.
You cannot replace a John Lewis.
He's the most courageous person I ever met.
Too many people struggled and died to make it possible for every American to exercise their right to vote.
He challenges the conscience of the Congress.
During the 2014 screening of Ava DuVernay's biopic, Selma, on the Selma to Montgomery marches, Lewis spoke to VOA about the power of peaceful resistance.
We were willing to be beaten, willing to be jailed, willing to suffer to gain the right to participate in the democratic process. We literally put our bodies on the line. And Selma have changed America forever. You speak to President Carter, or President Clinton, or President Obama. Hadn't been for Selma and that bridge, these three men probably wouldn't have been elected president.
As for seeing his younger self Portrayed by actor Stephen James in Selma.
I wanted to say to the actor, I want my backpack back. I really want my trench coat. Young, it took me back to the time when I was only 20, 21, 23, 24, 25. When I walked across that bridge with that backpack, my trench coat, I had all of my hair and a few pounds lighter.
There are forces in America today want to take us back, but we're not going back. We're going forward.
Penelope Pulu, VOA News, Washington.
In raising our kids, parents should stop playing God.
The internet is actually using the people.
But when you are looking for money to help other people, then it becomes easy.
Don't rush into marriage. I always say this. You rush in, you rush out.
Family is the bedrock of every society and the essence of life.
On Today with John and Helen, we dig deep into family values in every sense of the word.
Join us every Saturday at 9:15 a.m. on Plus TV Africa, DSTV channel 408.
With you, we play a part in strengthening the values passed from generation to generation.
Alopecia is a rare condition among women in Nigeria, and because of this, many people are not well informed of this condition. We spoke to Moshudat Badmos, who shared her journey with us.
I was preparing for service, and I went to the salon to wash my hair. I was on dreads then, and when I got to the salon, the hairdresser, she hadn't even started washing my hair. She was just separating the dreads, and she saw the bald spot. So just small, like a coin shape around here. So when she said, she was like, Auntie Shefari in Yoruba means, Auntie, did you scrape your hair? I was like, why would I scrape my hair? It's like, there's a spot here, like a bald shiny spot, and she showed me. And I was like, no, what's this? So that day I was scared. I just quickly packed my hair. I told her not to even wash it again. I went home. And I told my mom, something happened at the salon, and my mom was like, this is spiritual. And Nigerian mothers. So we started thinking, did anybody come? Because that was the first thing that came to my mind. Hair can't just disappear. It's something that is always a part of you. It can't just disappear. So what happened? Then I went to camp. The following week. And when I came back, the spot was still there. So that was when it started for me, and I started doing so many things. We took the spiritual route. Then it was a month or two after, I just went online. And just I searched in my symptoms and the signs I saw, the bald spots and all that, and I saw alopecia. So I told my mom, I saw something like alopecia. Oh, no, she doesn't feel that as it. So I told her I wanted a second opinion, because we've been doing the whole spiritual thing. So I wanted a medical opinion. So we went to see a doctor, and he told me it was fungal infection. So I was placed on drugs, and it didn't do anything. But my mind kept going back to the alopecia. Where I was 7-2, there was a health center in the compound. I went to see the director then too, and he told me the same thing, that it's a fungal infection. So I still wasn't convinced. I told my dad I want a third opinion. So he took me to his workplace, and I saw the doctor they used there. And she was the first person that said, okay, this looks like alopecia. She doesn't even really know much about it, but she was like, she's going to refer me to Lutz Dermatology Clinic. It's at Yaba. So that was when I went there. So when I got there, that was in, I think around probably September or so. And I saw the nurse in charge. They were like, there is no appointment, there's no space available to see the doctor. The next appointment is going to be in 2016 March. So I told the woman, like, March care, like, no, I have to see the doctor, because by then I already had like a lot of bald spots. It wasn't just one again, I had about 5 then. So I showed her my hair, like, she should just see it. Like, she wasn't even so, I felt it was something she probably has seen. She wasn't even so concerned. It's like, sis, there are people with worse conditions than you have that are on the list. I can't do anything. So I begged her, I was in tears, and she was like, okay, she's going to give me December, a space in December. She'll come back in December. Told me to come very early, that the clinic time starts by 8. So I got there 7. I was early. When I got there 7, I met a lot of people already. And when they started giving out numbers, I think the number ended at 25 or so. I think I was like number 29. So they told me, like, I won't be able to see the doctor, that should come back the next day. So I started crying. Nobody understood why I was crying, and the woman was like, what happened? What? So I told her, like, ma, no, I can't come back in January. Like, I can't come back next year. I have to see the doctor today. So I just opened my scalp, and like I had, like, my hair was like, you know when they say rats chopped, then someone's hair. So I had a lot of patches, and it was really ugly, and everybody was like, oh. So the nurse looked at me and said, so look at people here, people with terrible conditions. There's nothing wrong with you. Just go back and you see the doctor when you see the doctor. She wasn't even so concerned, and I just kept on crying. So people begged her, and she gave me a number. So when I saw the dermatologist, she was like, you have alopecia, you're not special, you're just one of the few unfortunate ones. So there is no known cause, there is no cure for it. But since you have alopecia areata right now, we're going to place you on the treatment. You're going to take steroid shots for 6 months. So the steroid shots, they give you on the bald spots. So I was happy, like, okay, finally, this is something I can do. So I went to my mom's sister's place then. So when I got to her place, she was like, oh, check calorie, like, we should go see all these herbalists, people that are into herbal treatments and so we went there. The lady said, okay, she's going to prepare a bowl for me and all that. But first, I have to scrape my hair. So that day, I had already taken the first steroid shots on my scalp. So I told the woman then that, no, I don't want to do the treatment. I would like to complete the steroid shots first. Then I'll come back after 6 months if it doesn't work. So my mom's sister told my mom, and my mom started shouting, like, no, why can't I do both together? It's just we're both looking for solution and all that. So she convinced me to, like, scrape off my hair. So I scraped it off and I started the herbal treatment too. But after scraping off my hair, and I went for the next shots, it got worse. My hair started growing back, but the spots it didn't come back. So after the second shot, by the time I would go back for the third shot, my hair was completely gone. I had no hair. So when the guy wanted to give me the shots, the dermatologist that saw me that day, you know, it's like a public health center, so you won't see the same doctor every time. So he didn't understand, because normally you're supposed to give shots on the spots. So he called the head dermatologist, and she was like, what happened? So I explained to her that I scraped it. Like, you shouldn't have scraped it out. The treatment is for partial hair loss. There is no treatment for total hair loss, so there's nothing you can do. So I was like, what? They were trying saying me a whole lot of things, and I had to leave. And they didn't give me another appointment date. They just told me to leave, that they were going to call me. And until today, they never did. So that was it for me. And here we are.
Moshudat Badmus and Jasmine Oguns shared the most awkward experiences they've had living with alopecia.
For me, one of the ridiculous things I've heard about alopecia is when people ask that, do you have cancer? Because I feel it should be known that chemotherapy actually causes hair loss.
Yeah.
And a lot of people, I did a surgery in 2017, and I was in the hospital, and people came, nurses, and assumed that I was a cancer patient just because to me it's very ridiculous, because you guys are in the line.
They should know better, exactly, because actually cancer does not lead to hair loss. What leads to hair loss is the chemo treatment. And for survivors, they grow their hair back. Because what chemo does is it kills the cells. And you know, in the process of killing the cells, it kills the hair follicle as well. So at that point, the victim loses his or her hair. But after the chemo phase, once they survive that cancer phase, their hair grow back. So it's a different thing entirely. Alopecia and cancer are not the same. They are two different. That's why sometimes when we do our campaign, we emphasize on the fact that it is not cancer, it is alopecia, no alopecia. So they are two different things. Yeah, one ridiculous thing I've heard was when one spiritualist said, someone took my hair to the ocean. Now my hair is under the water, you know, and I tried to sound sarcastic too because it didn't make any sense to me. I was like, okay, please tell me the person that took my hair to the ocean so that I can beg the person to give me my hair back. Because as it is, it's not useful for the person. And the person is not letting me use my hair. So let's beg the person to let me have my hair back. It's actually funny.
Another ridiculous thing is when you tell people, like you've explained to the person, I have alopecia.
God.
Alopecia is this, alopecia is that. God, they're like, oh, that's
So why do you cut your hair?
And I'll be like,
we hear that a lot.
Like it is constant. Like you do awareness this year now. We do. September is Alopecia Awareness Month.
Yeah.
We do awareness. You guys, we tell you so much about it. And next year, be like, you started this thing. Why did you cut your hair this year? God.
Another ridiculous thing. In fact, this one has been coming non-stop. You know, during the interview I had with BBC Pidgin last year, I mentioned how my relationship failed, how the wedding introduction got called off 3 days to the wedding introduction by my supposed mother-in-law. And you won't believe the kind of messages that I've been receiving. Random men coming around, asking for my hand in marriage, just like that, from nowhere. You don't know me, you don't know anything about me. And I'll be like, where is this coming from? I said, I saw your interview about your mother-in-law that called off your wedding. I'm like, for crying out loud. The interview was not even about marriage, it was about alopecia. So you're not bothered about the awareness I'm creating, you're bothered about marriage. But I didn't come on air to say I'm looking for a husband. I didn't say I am not dating or I'm not in a relationship. So it sounds ridiculous. Like it keeps coming, and every time I hear that, I just shake my head like, oh my God, not again.
Long or short hair, all women are beautiful. We need to create more awareness surrounding alopecia and eliminate every form of stigmatization towards those living with alopecia.
I love to dance. My dream is to be impactful to humanity, and dance is connecting me to that dream. So I don't see dancing as just movement of the body. I see dancing as an amazingly powerful tool. Dance is the oldest form of communication. Before we are able to speak, we move first. Dance can speak to us, dance can nurture us, dance can empower us, dance can make us fit and healthy, dance can make us happy, dance can reduce stress level, depression rates, dance can stop you from even committing suicide, because it's an art form of expression. And when you get to express, you are able to live. When I look at dance, it's just a cloak I can wear to connect to humanity, to be a better person. Like some people ask me, so if you know the dance, what do you want to do? I go do dance again. And I come from a family that only celebrates children because mommy is lawyer. We are like stifled in that pressure of what our family dictates that success is. And for me, you don't do that to a cafe. Don't say I can't be great as a shoemaker. I will prove to you that shoemaker, and in fact, I'm going to make shoe for Queen of England. I read book well. I love book well. And I dey pass. So it's not a second class option for me. So being great at it doesn't mean I'm the best at it, but I'll do the best with what I have, with what I know. So there has been a lot of trial and error, but there was more of trials that worked than errors that didn't. And most of my errors were things that I used to kind of like educate myself on what not to do next. I dance and people are happy because I dance with you and you are happy. So if you don't understand that it's a product, it's different. If you don't understand that it can be a service, it's different. It's up to me to make you understand that this thing you need it to. Money should never be your motivation because it hinders aspiration. It does. I see money as something that I can control. I want you, I get you. Who you are can make you make you be anybody that you want to be. Every individual determines their own ceiling. Now, I hate it when some people use me as their ceiling. I want to be better than Kafi. That's why you are not getting to where Kafi is. If I can dance better than her, I am better than her. Our African system doesn't like to learn from one another. We feel learning from each other belittles us. If I go somewhere now to go and learn from a younger dancer, the way he will carry it for head, the way he will talk about me in a very dishonorable manner, is what to make somebody that knows so much not want to go and learn from a younger person. I always want to impact. I don't like to see the bad in people. I always want to see the good in you. And the good in you, for me, translates as what God put in you. That is not you.
Increase the reach of your events or business services. To advertise on Plus TV Africa, please call 0906 000 5719 or 0909 040 8408 or send an email to marketing@plustvafrica.com. Plus TV Africa. Big stories live here.
Good evening, I'm Olamide Adeyemi. This is the news update. The presidential candidate of the People's Democratic Party in the 2023 elections, Atiku Abubakar, has announced Infayo Kowe as his running mate. Atiku made the announcement at a meeting attended by PDP executives at the party's headquarters in Abuja. PDP National Chairman Yocha Ayu said the 17-member committee had been set up by the party to pick a running mate and that the committee had submitted 3 names to Atiku to choose from. The final decision, however, Ayu said, was Atiku's.
Vice President present to you this INEC form, which you will complete and return to us today.
Meanwhile, the leadership of the National Assembly has lamented the high rate of 7 lawmakers not returning in the night assembly. They blame this development for these lawmakers' inability to retain their legislative seat on the use of indirect mode of primary elections in the just concluded primaries across the country. Emmanuel Haijane completes the report.
Leadership of both chambers of the National Assembly lamented the imperfections in Nigeria's democratic process, especially at the just concluded primaries across the country. They identified the indirect primary, especially as it relates to the election of delegates, as a major impediment to genuine quest for democracy in the country. The Speaker, Right Honorable Femi Gbajabiamila, and the former Deputy Senate President Ike Ekweremadu made these observations at a commemorative lecture, Nigeria's Democratic Experience, Reflections on Leadership Recruitment and Democratic Institution Building. Gbajabiamila insisted that there is no substitute to direct primary in any democracy, pointing out the arrangement that allows few individuals to decide for the people is inimical to Nigeria's democracy.
The system as it's practiced. Now, let me make it clear. There's nothing wrong with indirect primaries. Absolutely nothing wrong. There's some countries that practice that. But you see, all politics is local. It is actually how those delegates are produced that is a problem. And for as long as we are in a situation where a group of men, and perhaps maybe sometimes women, sit on a kitchen table and determine who is a delegate and who is not a delegate, then we don't have a democracy.
Former Deputy President of the Senate, Ike Ikweremadu, shared similar views with the Speaker. He said the National Assembly must find a way to restrict political parties to direct primary for Nigeria's democracy to flourish.
Today, not only does money play a greater role in the emergence of candidates, turning delegates to overnight millionaires, because delegates are fewer. The non-participation of certain delegates was fate playing into the hands of the governors, who colluded with greedy party leaders to manipulate the margins of 3-man and 5-man delegates, as the case may be, and went ahead to weaponize them fully for their selfish political interests. At the end of the day, democracy and the people are at the receiving ends, and as the masses can only elect candidates thrown up by the various political parties.
Earlier, Director General NILDS noted that despite making significant progress in 5 multi-party elections in 22 years, and with improved electoral and legislative framework, the country's democracy continues to suffer in so many ways. He listed some of the impediments to democracy in the country as inducement of delegate, vote buying, and the influence of money bags, as well as high cost of nomination fees by political parties.
It is important at this juncture, therefore, to commend President Muhammad Buhari for his exemplary leadership and support for due process and transparency at the just concluded APC presidential primary election. In his Democracy Day speech, he further reiterated his commitment to free, fair, and transparent elections and an undertaking to hand over to the next president come May 2023.
The event was organized by the National Institute for Legislative and Democratic Studies in commemoration of the Civil Rights Advocacy Group, Human Rights Association of Nigeria, has called on the National Assembly to pass a vote of no confidence on the President Muhammadu Buhari. According to the group, the lingering strike by the Academic Staff Union of Universities, which began on February the 14th, has endangered the security of the country, with students being out of classrooms. A statement signed by the National Coordinator, Riwa Comrade Emmanuel Onwubiko, also noted that students could have been recruited to commit crimes such as terrorism, banditry, internet fraud, prostitution, and drug trafficking. Now, the Nigerian Association of Women Journalists has called for an end to all forms of harmful practices that affect the progress and development of Nigerian children. The call is contained in a statement by the association's National Secretary, Helen Odofa, in Ibadan. Even as Nigeria joins the global community to mark the 2022 International Day of the African Child, Odofa stated that Nawaj was particularly worried about harmful practices against Nigerian children happening in different parts of the country. Now, 35 teenagers used as sex slaves at a hotel in Umpo in Anambra State, southeast Nigeria, according to the spokesman of the Anambra Police Command, Tochukwu Ikenga. The teenagers, aged between 14 and 17 years, were made to engage in acts such as prostitution and forced to have babies. He added that 4 of the girls are pregnant. The Benue State Police Command says 4 suspects in connection with the attack at Igama village in Opoko local government area of the state have been nabbed. The suspected headers had invaded the Igama community in the early hours of Sunday and killed 15 people and burned down houses in the community. The attackers, who were said to have been trapped in the bush, had engaged the police in a gun duel that led to their arrest.
The police, however, urged members of the Igamo community to remain calm and provide useful information to the police for necessary action. Now, the Zamfara state government has disclosed that it may reconsider shutting down telecommunication services in the state if the need arises for the second time. The special advisor to Governor Matawali on media, Zailani Bapa, in a statement said that the state government is yet to close down the telecommunication services as been rumored in the state. He stated that if the implementation of communication shutdown becomes necessary, it can be employed once again, but stressed that it has become necessary to clear some obvious misconceptions about a certain statement emanating from his office on the alleged closure of telecom services, which has generated disturbing rumor in the state. The Federal Road Safety Corps in Gombe State has confirmed the death of 9 persons in an auto crash that occurred in the state on Wednesday night. The FRC Gombe State Command Corps Commander Felix Liman, who confirmed the crash, said that the accident occurred at Bomale Junction bypass. Thurman said the accident was as a result of brake failure from a trailer conveying gallons of vegetable oil, and the 20 persons were involved in the crash, with 11 sustaining various degrees of injuries. Nigerians expressed mixed feelings as they look forward to the candidate who would become the country's president in 2023. That's on Street Views.
We should vote wisely so that things will be better, because masses are suffering now. In our own perspective, we see future, but in the hands of our leader, they can manipulate it.
I foresee future, because if we can vote the right person, I think Nigeria will be great. We have the ruling party, and it will be a difficult to be for junior party to overcome the ruling party. It will be very difficult. For my own opinion, I think I prefer Peter Obi.
The government used poverty to control the masses. Because when there is poverty, somebody that don't have 1 square meal to eat in a day, and a politician comes and gives him money to vote for him, the followers don't have any other option than to vote for him. Nigeria has no future. We have no future for the instance that those that we have clamoring to become our leader, our president of today, are all of the same feathers.
Well, what I know is that I must vote. Whether they count it or not, whether anything they like, they do, but I will believe that God Almighty that we are serving will give us a good leader in Nigeria. That is my belief.
If they can follow the word, or if you can consider the people that they are following them, if they can pity them, but because most of what they are saying, they are different people. But if they can change with what they are saying, and they can follow what they are saying, we have a future bright in Nigeria. Now, I don't prefer anybody, but only God can choose for Nigeria, so that it's going to deliver us in 2003.
Nigeria is already dead, but I don't know about our good leader that is coming, whether good or bad. They'll be saying things, all those promises about us every day, and the country is getting more worse. But we pray, and the future will take care of itself if anyone believes. Oh, they are no good, but we will still give them a chance, because there's no youth to step up for the future. For me now, it's at school, because it's chop by chop, because he's a good man, even though he's a Muslim, he still cares for the Christian.
Many youth today, they chase the money, they believe in present, they will never think of the future. Say Tinubu, because I believe he must have done a lot for the country in the past, but we can't judge the past with the present. But we can still give our try and see what he's gonna do for the next election.
Moving to other parts of Africa, Ugandan opposition leader and former presidential candidate Kizza Besigye has been jailed and charged with inciting violence for the second time in a month. A longtime critic of President Yoweri Museveni Kiza, 66 years, has recently led several protests against the rising cost of living in Uganda as well as the entire African continent as a result of the war in Ukraine. His lawyer, Elias Lukwago, said that the four-time presidential candidate was arrested again on charges of inciting violence a week after his release. And outside Africa, the United States has announced a fresh infusion of $1 billion in weapons for Ukraine that includes anti-ship rocket systems, artillery rockets, outwazes, and ammunition. UN Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin said that the latest weapons packages for Ukraine include 18 outwazes, 36,000 rounds of ammunition for them to happen, coastal defense system, artillery rockets, secure radios, thousands of night vision devices, and funding for training. The 8 packages, which come as Austin is meeting with allies in Brussels, were split into 2 categories, which are a transfer of excess defense articles from the United States, stocks and other weapons being funded by the Ukraine Security Assistance Initiative, a separate congressional authorized program.
Pleased to be able to announce today that the United States will provide an additional $1 billion security assistance package for Ukraine. And that includes our 12th drawdown from DoD inventory since August of 2021. And it includes guided MLRS munitions, 18 more M777 howitzers, and the tactical vehicles to tow them, and 36,000 rounds of 155 millimeter ammunition.
The Russians are just doing massed fires without necessarily achieving military effect, shall we say. The Ukrainians, on the other hand, are using much better artillery techniques, and they're having pretty good effect on the Russians. The Russians have lost probably somewhere in the tune of 20 to 30% of their armored force. That's significant. That's huge. So the Ukrainians are fighting a very effective fight tactically with both fires and maneuver.
So I think we have to put things in perspective. You can never, when you're in the fight, you can never get enough, and you can never get it quick enough. So, but having said all that, we're going to work hard to make sure we're doing everything humanly possible. We're going to continue to move heaven and earth to get them the capability.
And that's the news update. For more stories, please follow us on our Facebook, Twitter, and Instagram. And do subscribe to our YouTube channel at Plus TV Africa and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. I'm Olamide Adeyemi. Many thanks for watching.
There is no voting on social media. To vote, you would require a permanent voter's card. To get your PVC, visit cvr.inecnigeria.org. Create your account with a valid email address and start the registration process. An activation link will be sent to you. Click on the link and activate your account. Fill out the form, pick and submit a convenient date and time for your biometrics. Print the application slip, which should have your QR code. On the appointed date, go to the nearest INEC office for your biometric capturing. Thereafter, you will get a registration slip to pick your permanent voter's card when ready. Get your PVC today. This message is from Plus TV Africa.
Peptic ulcer disease is the disease of, not exactly disease, a condition, a clinical condition where there is an ulceration, meaning a wound in the stomach. Peptic, coined from the name peptic acid. Peptic acid is found in the gastric. So sometimes you hear gastric ulcer, you hear peptic ulcer. They're not physically different. They are just relating to the stomach. The only other different type of ulcer is duodenal ulcer, which is just the next organ after the stomach. All right. The stomach which is the sac that contains food, also contains gastric acid or peptic acid that helps to break down protein. The word peptic there is directly related to protein, okay? So it helps to break down protein. But over time, there could be hypersecretion of this acid that could now cause a breakdown in the walls of the stomach. Now, the stomach walls originally contains mucous membranes or mucosa that prevents this acid from eating up the stomach lining. For some reasons, again, this mucous membrane could also be reduced or absent and further allowing this acid to eat up the stomach. And when this happens, you come down with what you call the peptic ulcer disease. Peptic ulcer disease can be caused by a couple of things. One of them is stress. During stressful moments, there is a hypersecretion of acid, right? Just to break down the food in it. It's natural. In the whole body, when you're stressed, the body metabolic rate is increased and intensified, and you have many activities going on. Carbohydrates is broken down, more proteins are broken down, fatty acids are broken down to provide one major thing, which is glucose, to allow you to think, send glucose to vital organs. One of them is the brain, the other is the eye, the other is the heart. All these organs, want to function optimally. Now, the gastric juice is also enhanced to break down any food in your body. So that's why if you just ate and you get into very major activity, not long after you'll be looking for the food. Or if you're chewing gum, because those are signs of stress. Now, so stress is one of them. But then when you try stress in an empty stomach recurrently, you are giving room for this acid to act on the walls of your intestine. The second major cause of peptic ulcer disease is a bacteria called Helicobacter pylori. Helicobacter pylori is a very dangerous bacteria because, a bacteria that dwells in acid, I really don't know what you want to do to that bacteria, but basically it stays there and it eats up the lining of the intestine, all right? So this is one of the implicative factors for those who are positive for ulcers. One of the third causes is the use of drugs, certain drugs or certain chemical substances that are erosive, okay, caustic soda. One of that one is some of all these drugs you buy on the road, you just ingest them, you swallow them anyhow, especially pain relievers. That's why you don't just go out to take pain relievers just anyhow. They affect the stomach, and of course they potentiate, because what they do is they inhibit that mucous membrane I talked about that prevents the acid from getting on the stomach, and then they remove it. And you see, you have the acid, the direct contact, and then you have some ulceration, wounds in your stomach, and it can get so bad that by the time those wounds get then straight to a vessel, it ruptures the vessel, and then you have bleeding. So you have people bleeding sometimes, all right? And then one other cause is a genetic factor. So sometimes ulcers can be genetic, all right? It's called the Zollinger-Ellison syndrome, where the vagus nerve that supplies the intestine is hyperstimulated, and so you have excessive secretion of acid. And listen, this is specific for certain people, okay? Just the way some people sweat more than other people, just the way some people, eat more than the other people. Some people produce saliva more than other people. You can also produce gastric acid more than other people. Well, the word is try to eat recurrently. Don't fast every time. If you're fasting, let it be clear that you're fasting, okay? And you want to fast guidedly, okay? Maybe with your doctor. You like to see your doctor first and be sure that you're good to go, okay? If not, you don't do it recurrently, okay? What other things can you do to prevent it? Yeah, irrational use of drugs. Don't just take drugs because you see them. Don't drink chemicals easily. The use of alcohol potentiates it. Regular intake of alcohol exposes you to possibilities of coming down with peptic ulcer disease. Now, one other thing is ingestion of diet. What kind of food should you do? High levels of acid containing diet should be minimized, all right? Sometimes you see people taking all kinds of concussions, herbal concussions. You are exposing yourself to great dangers, okay? When you do all kinds of acid containing meals or diet, lime, you're trying to mix lime and ginger, and you're trying to lose weight, but you are potentiating something else. So it's important that you are careful what you are mixing, prevent it. You don't have to take excessive protein diet. Some people like to take roasted meat, for example, what we call suya locally. You do a lot of suya and you do a lot of alcohol. That can potentiate peptic ulcer disease for people. So prevent it by reducing this type of foods. Try not to take a lot of carbonated drinks. Alcohol dropped drastically. Water is very important. And before you do some of these things, please eat right. All right, eat your balanced diet. Don't skip meals. For basic treatments, you just get to meet your doctor who would prescribe the drugs for you. But you're not supposed to eat heavy foods, but just eat in bits. All right, so you wake up in the morning, you want to sometimes do alkalinized water, and then a slight breakfast. Not anything acidic. A balanced diet is fine. If you must go for a fast, then tell your doctor. Major symptoms, remarkable symptoms of peptic ulcer disease is that you have painful sensation here on your upper stomach. Many times that gets you to the back. Many people have diagnoses of peptic ulcer disease, which are really not peptic ulcer disease. So they come up to the hospital and they say I have ulcer. And I say, who said? And they say, well, my auntie said, or my uncle said. No, you have to have a diagnosis of peptic ulcer disease. And one of them, like I said, is a test of H. pylori. The other test is, which is usually the gold standard. There's urine test, one of the tests, but the gold standard is an endoscopy, where you get to see the internal organ and be sure that there's a wound there. And this usually happens when there's bleeding, from the mouth or from the anus. All right. Other symptoms, like I said, is bleeding. You have bleeding. So you don't just have pain. You have pain that spans from this upper stomach down to the back. So it feels like a dagger piercing through you, down to the back. It's characteristic of that. Okay. Especially worsened when you've not eaten or when you just ate. The moment you take in food, you feel that sharp pain that, wanes for a while. So food affects the pain. Okay. Of course, bleeding is one of the side effects, one of the symptoms of peptic ulcer disease, bleeding, either from the mouth, just see slight trace of blood, or from the anus. One more thing is the heartburn. You feel that constricting pain, heartburn. Then lastly, there are few other symptoms, but one of the remarkable symptoms is a headache. You have a persistent headache that can be called a migraine. Not necessarily a migraine, but many people just say, oh, it's a migraine, but it's not. You notice that headache coincides with when you have the stomach pain, or it precedes the stomach pain. Now, that is a kind of symptom of a peptic ulcer disease. Usually, it's said that some of the brain cells, have some mimicking cells that look like the ulcer cells. So whenever the ulcer is firing, or whenever the gastric acid is firing, you have the same firing occurring in the brain, and you have that headache. Whenever you have it, you need to treat properly for peptic ulcer disease.
My name is Enolanda Anikulapo, aka German Anikulapo. I was born and raised in Lagos. Earlier part of my childhood was in Lagos Island, because my father was mostly up north working. This was post-Civil War. And then later we were moved to Agege, Capitol Road of today. We were one of the first families to settle in that area, where we had all the characters that became legend in our turbulent past residing. We hear of Nobanga, Kusiya Wereleko, Ejire, even Alado will come from Mushin, and they will all come into our house. Because of one reason, my father was a distributor of top beer, and in front of the house was a shop where he sold drinks. So musicians and all kind of layabouts were always coming around there. I remember that Ilo Mawura, in fact, is an uncle to my mom, was always there. Olowonyo, Oseni Ejire. Many of them, once they come to Lagos to perform, they always ended up in our house. And so the Nobanga characters and Alado and the rest of them were always coming into that place. So in that kind of environment, it was easy for a child to lose orientation. I even learned boxing, just as we were trained in football and the rest of them. But there were values that he instilled in us. The value of education. He insisted that every one of us must go to school. And he insisted on using his car to drop us off in school. So he told us that education was the only thing. Since he didn't have so much education was the only thing that he could give us. And he ensured that we got that. He also taught us of the value of work. For instance, his house, his 2 major houses, he ensured that we, the children, especially the boys, we had to participate in the building of the houses. So we were the bricklayers. We were the, what they call people. You know, you have to mix the sand and then you put it on your head. And I still have the mark on my head today. Because he said you cannot live in a house that you did not participate in building it. You will never appreciate it. For instance, we had to go and walk. Not because he was poor. He wasn't poor. If he had a car and he had more than 4 houses at that time, he wasn't poor. But he ensured that we went to work in factories located in our neighborhood. Wahum. I worked in Wahum. I worked in Guinness. Many of those places, Bisco, where you really have to go overnight and then you not sleep, then you come back in the morning, you're almost dead. I remember my mom would always fight him that why do you have to send these boys? Said they have to go and learn the value of work. He also taught us how to be respectful of the dignity of others. For instance, the man who took me to a Catholic school was an Igbo man, Bapayinaya. I even thought he was my father because my father was away for most of the time. So he took us to Catholic school. And by then, my dad was a Muslim. So how did we get to where we are today? I think it is because we lost these values. We lost parenthood. Our parents today spend more time at work or in the traffic, on the street. They have no time to monitor their children. So we're breeding monsters. And I think the way we can get back to that is to ensure that we begin to inculcate all these values in our children. And we are likely to get back to where we're supposed to be. I therefore join Simore in this collective drive towards a greater tomorrow.
Welcome to The Advocate on Plus TV Africa, where we discuss thought-provoking topics in an atmosphere of seriousness, decisiveness, and laughter. Here we call a spade as usual. Today I'm going to be talking about how we can fix up our values as we approach 2023 elections. Elijah points out the lack of preparations for presidential aspirants, and Solumoyon is saying that owning a PVC cannot be enough if you don't vote. So sit back, and after this break, we're going to be here to dissect it all. Do stay with us. Let's fix up our values. As recently conversing with my friend around the whole frenzy going on in the political sphere of Nigeria, she was really disappointed with the way our leaders in the political space are piloting the affairs of Nigeria. It's not rocket science. I mean, we've got appropriately skilled resources to deliver the future that Nigeria deserves. I personally believe that they know the technical know-how to get this done. So the big question is, why are they not doing this? This is why I'd always keep advocating for rebuilding our value system. The reality here is that the people we have on ground as leaders were once teenagers. What values did they build on? Someone said, we deserve the Nigeria we currently have. Well, in a weird way, that's not far from the truth if you think about it. Behavior determines results at any level. If we must create the new results, then we must re-engineer our value system, which determines behavior at a given level. The leaders that will pilot the affairs of Nigeria in the next 50 years are probably still in primary schools. What kind of values are we instilling in these young chaps? The problem with having excellent skills is that it could be dangerous when combined with the wrong values. We need to fix our values. And it begins right at the family level. So today, I'm interestingly asking, my fellow advocates, can we begin to rethink our value system at the very fundamental level? So I'll start with Tulu. What do you think about it?
So I think that you have touched on a very important, very significant, very life-changing, topic. Because clearly, you're not going to go above your value system.
True.
As a person, as a country, as a people, as a community, as anything. And the question is, the current values that we have, where did we get them from? I always say we give too much credit to our leaders. On one hand, these guys came from among us.
Yeah.
Right? And so they didn't fall from heaven. Okay, so where did they get the value system from? And wherever they got it from, where did those people get it from? So we have to do a deep thinking and a deep cleansing.
True.
And ask ourselves, like you said, the leaders of tomorrow, let's not talk about leaders of tomorrow. Hopefully, the leaders in 30 to 50 years, right? They're probably still in nursery school and primary school.
Mm-hmm.
Do we have any of those subjects ingrained into our curriculum that talks about values, right? Parents, like you said, also from the family level, the parents have in tandem with the schools, do they have, anything that is value-driven? Because again, you must ask yourself, if you as a parent have taught yourself good values, then the children get to the schools and they're teaching them something differently, then there's a bit of a conflict. So there must be a general holistic, appraisal of the situation, and then start to ingrain from churches, mosques, religious organizations, to schools, to homes, and let's have a value system that we all believe in and start to work towards.
Wow. So Elijah, what do you think? In terms of how do you want to think about approaching this, rebuilding the value system? There's a part where I said we deserve the Nigerian leaders that we have. So how can we begin to, build like a new roadmap in terms of reengineering value systems, and what can you say around that?
Well, you were right. We deserve the Nigeria we have now, because the quality of leadership we have is a reflection of who the society or what the society has turned into. You can't plant a mango tree and expect to reap orange from the fruit. So those leaders in the helms of the political governments, they are Nigerians. They live and dwell amongst us. They are a product of the society and the values. So if you term them as corrupt or whatever they are, it's what is in society. Corruption is everywhere. Yeah, it's the truth. When you go to meet as well, some people on the road, they are too quick to give bribe to police. They are quick to flaunt order, to break traffic rule and all these things. So if we want to talk about value, instilling positive value, we start with education. A lot of persons are teaching primary and secondary schools. They are not there because they really love to teach. It's because of the situation in the country. Let's just take it as the available job, and they are not really doing their job wholeheartedly. And it's not even the curriculum per se. We have moral instruction. While I was in primary school, we did moral instruction. Did you do it?
Yeah,
they did it.
I did it.
They still have it. I have it. I think it's civic education.
Civic education
and
now.
They infuse some things to it too.
It's not the same thing.
But if you go to
and it's
the
not just
content,
semantics. There's difference between civic education and moral instruction.
But if you check
there are two different things.
If you check the content of the civic education, you still see there are some positive. I've gone through their stuff. It might not be the same name per se, but they have some. These things are there. The problem is not head knowledge. The problem is heart knowledge, heart response. So when you have young persons that are teaching these people are not qualified to be teachers. They just, there's no job, let's just do it. They go, they don't even teach with their heart. Anything goes. After all, I'm just here to mark time and make my time, get money and go. And it goes on like that. Nobody cares. They go to the society over monetization of everything. You want to go for anything, how much will you pay me? You want to do, nobody's willing to volunteer to do something. No, these things matters a lot. Money, I want to do things at all costs, to cheat someone to gain for financial gain or self-aggrandizement and other things. So these are the problems, these are the loopholes. And that is why we have some persons in government mismanaging government resources, and you are condemning them. You can't condemn them when you are also like them.
But let's even pick it from that morning power. I was going to chat with my friend, and so guys, what do we think? This whole, the delegates that were sent, and we know, the dollars that rolled and shake hands and all of that. Someone asked me a question, Victor, these delegates know those that would deliver the Nigeria we're looking for. Why are they not, standing behind those people? Why are they standing behind those, giving them, the money? So, what can, again, it's just very funny. We know, but we still are we going to say that, is it a conscious thing, right? Is it a subconscious thing, or is it a level of moral decadence that had happened in terms of values?
It's the three of them.
Yeah. So I think that you, pretty much you've answered your own question.
It's the three of them.
Because, on one hand, the fundamental issue with this, delicate situation is the system that's been designed. Once the system is faulty, there's very little you can do to beat it. I stayed up all night to watch that,
the primaries here.
People were like, Tolu, why are you sleeping? And I said, the truth is you can't change a system you don't understand.
Exactly.
You can't beat a system you don't understand. So the first thing is we have to understand how the systems work. A lot of people don't even know how those things work. To be honest, it's the first time I'm actually sitting down to watch how the system of, getting a flag bearer works. And if you look at the system, it's already flawed. And once the system is flawed, there's very little you can do to change it.
Sure.
So we must start by redesigning that system, or, like I was going to advocate for, create a third force, and you design a different system. And when you see the numbers, you see that things are possible. If you actually look at the numbers of voters and the numbers that these winners actually go home with, you find that if you create a different system, you can actually, disrupt that system. So it's a systemic issue.
Yeah,
it's not really a delegate issue. It's actually
a systemic issue.
It's a systemic issue. Corruption has been systemized and institutionalized in Nigeria.
Yeah.
And and corruption is broad, though. It's not only when money exchange hands.
Many of things.
But my point is, looking at that, what you were talking about, delegate, these guys, they know what they were doing. You said subconscious, yes. Subconsciously, they were corrupt because they grew up in the corrupt society. Consciously, they made efforts and went there to make sure they get something, because in their mind, they'll say, after all, in this election, we could chop our own. And if you ask I've interacted with other Nigerians, some few persons I have around, they seem not to be interested in politics, as if it's a way of being self-righteous or something. Talk about, what's my business with politics? To them, they are being self-righteous, and some other people come for their own that I don't care, I beg, let them do what they want to do. I will go and open shop and sell my market anyhow. Maybe they want to do, good do.
Yeah.
If you don't claim ownership of Nigeria, who else will?
Absolutely.
Do you want?
Is Kayode there by any chance?
No, I doubt.
If not,
just go on. Someone even made a tweet. a very funny tweet I saw that Tunde Bakare spent 100 million and 30,000 naira. So what are you saying? 100 million for the form and then 30,000 naira.
30 million.
No,
it's correct. It's 100 million.
Hold on. 100 million for the form, 30,000 naira for the bulk SMS. He didn't do what other people were doing.
Then someone added 100,000 for tickets.
For tickets. Doesn't that reflect the values? These are young people
looking at the money.
These are young people making joke. It's funny, but it reflects the value system.
So generally, I feel like, just to take on from what Elijah said, I feel that there's a general sense in which the average Nigerian just feels as if politics is a means,
the highest bidder, wealth, the highest money giver,
and connection to that, to any politician, is just an opportunity for them to also, harness the opportunity. Because if you think about it, let's not even start going into service, because that's what politics is supposed to be. As a leader, or someone in government or in governance, you should be a leader. You should serve. You're there to serve. However, it's been turned upside down. If you get a chance to become anything, from the lowest councillor to chairman to House of Reps, House of Assembly, senator, anything that you are in Nigeria, most of the time in politics, is always an opportunity for you to make money. So if you think about that already, because there's a perception that has already been set. It just once, like they say, once the use of a thing is not known, abuse is imminent. So already, we don't understand the idea of leadership and governance. So naturally, abuse is what's taking place. Until people start to understand what leadership is and what governance is, then, we've actually haven't started.
Well, the thing is, it's unfair for people to price positions in Nigeria and make it worthless by attaching money to it. That's why we are saying that the too much monetization of political. We know that political parties have to sell their fund, maybe to generate some source of funds in sustaining the party, but you have to make it 100 million. I said it before that, is it possible to make political presidential form almost free, but then it's difficult for you to have it if you don't meet some certain criteria? Can we do that?
Yeah. I mean, so what happens, in my opinion, I think that setting the form at that price already just cuts out a lot of people. That's what it does for you.
Yeah.
I think there should have been other criteria, beyond just money that qualifies you. So does it mean everybody that can afford 100 million can then vie for the position?
Yeah.
So let's look at how it's done in Senate claims. What are the things that qualify you to aspire for the highest position in the land? And have a long list of things, a strenuous, and mostly intellectual, and knowledge-based process.
Intellectual bank,
Ask these people. I mean, when they give these guys 2 minutes to speak,
clean record.
Talking crap. So if you can't say in 2 minutes what your plan is for the economy, for education, for technology, for power, for renewable energy, I mean, those are things I expect to be hearing when they give people 2 minutes to talk. They're just talking crap, more or less. So it just goes to show, the quality of people that we're. And like I said the last time here, I said the quality of our candidates actually reflects a lot on us as a people.
As a people. And chiming on that really, because when people see failure succeed, right, they begin to see success as failure.
As failure, exactly.
So which is this person that has almost next to nothing won. So that means I don't need to, this is my path of integrity, honesty, being intellectual, having a clean record doesn't work in this ecosystem. So I need to throw this other part. I must have a track. So that means for me to actually even claim that title, I must be well, bred in the art of scheming people, in the art of, laundering money. So let me even start laundering now so that when I get to that level, my portfolio in money laundering is robust. And these are the values we are now subconsciously selling, which is now destroying the polity. And I think it's something that we need to really, really give it.
Yeah, that's why I said the last time that we can make this thing almost free, but then just like you said, the process to get it will be difficult. We need to do more as a country.
All right, the future is all we can be but have not yet become, all we can do but have not yet done, all we can have but don't yet possess. We need to go back and refix our values if we must create, a better future for Nigeria, and it begins at the family level. Up next now is Elijah. Please do stay with us after the break.
How can we have peace without justice?
Plus politics. It's not just another political conversation, it's about keeping you in the know. Relevant interviews, asking the tough questions to those that matter. Get the answers you need. Does it mean that the people who were injured, people who were shot at, those who were involved in that stampede are not going to get justice?
It is unfortunate, it is sad that we have a government of deaf and dumb.
Analysis from top experts.
The last election was not really an election.
We feel that Obasanjo has a very special place in his heart for hating Ijaw people.
I think it really boils down to two things. One, trust and accountability.
Plus Politics, every weeknight at 7 p.m. on Plus TV Africa.
Hello and welcome to Space and Style, a property show designed to connect various stakeholders across the property value chain. We can also provide realistic solutions and deepen your knowledge about the interesting world of real estate. We shall showcase architectural design, interior design trends, lifestyle and real-time property news updates, and the right way to navigate through property development and investment. Join me every week on this channel as I take you through an exciting journey in the world of real estate.
Space and Style, 6:30 p.m. on Saturdays and 5:30 p.m. on Wednesdays.
National elections, the stark unpreparedness of some aspirants. When you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. That's from Richmond Dial Johnson. He's a Nigerian British international trainer and executive. He's now of blessed memory. The race to a leadership seat in Aso Rock requires dogged, structured, and skilled politicking, thus leaving little or no room for nonchalance or any form of inadequacies. Observing the just concluded manifesto delivery in some parties' primaries, it can be deduced that majority of these aspirants were ill prepared to defend their cause and individuality beyond politics. The world is watching, and the world sees every speaker as a representative of a faction of the populace. It is believed that the art of political showmanship entails the bearer's ability to package and present values, visions, and set goals on a pedestal of excellence. Despite having to surrender to baton to the next fit candidate, the following has to be in place to assure citizens and the global populace at large that it is not a game of clownery. Vision precision, ability to articulate goals and agendas properly, define goals, consciousness of recent and past happenings of the states, empathy, and awareness of the people. Lastly, the recent attack by unknown gunmen in St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, Ondo State, which left at least 70 people killed and injured. Also, the killing of a 30-year-old Ahmed Usman over alleged blasphemous comment against Prophet Muhammad, peace be unto him, in the Lubo area of Abuja, Nigeria's capital city, is a call of awakening from all and sundry. As security, healthcare, and sound education are bedrocks to any given civilization. Political aspirants and candidates should therefore be certain about what they are bringing on board to address these issues. May the soul of those massacred in St. Francis Catholic Church, Owo, and other victims of violence and insecurity rest in peace. Here we are again.
Amen. Yeah. So, I mean, to be honest, it's what we just said. I mean, it's basically just taken out from the last conversation. If someone has said that they're aspiring for the highest position in the country, and they're given 2 minutes to make their case, you know, some of them spend 5 minutes, some maybe more, and you're not hearing. So the first thing that I noticed, like you said, about that convention is what I expected them to even start from was a minute silence. It just shows you the tone deafness and the stark, you know, lack of empathy and thinking through and deep thinking in this country. Because in a crowd of what, 10,000, 20,000 people, or in an organization of maybe 50, 20, 100 people that put this event together, none of them thought it wise to actually give a minute silence for the departed soul. Then eventually one of the candidates, finally spoke about it. But throughout all the speeches, I was waiting to hear, even the one that people, and there's no need to mention it, even the one that people thought was such a wonderful, speech, it was just an inspirational speech. I didn't see any action points. I didn't see any, tackling the issues of insecurity, of the economy. But why am I surprised? There's nothing to be surprised about. It's been 7 years of, stuck, I don't even know what name to start to call it. But if you look at the scorecard of this government in 7 years, the truth is, if you're part of this government, there's really nothing you have to say. What are you going to say? Because you've been part of government for 7 years. So what are you going to say you want to do? Some guy came and said he wants to build on the legacy that, the current government left. And I'm like, what are you talking about? So I can understand why these guys actually have nothing to say, because most of the people that are vying for this position were part of this government past 7 years. So to say anything is actually to contradict themselves, because they've had 7 years to prove that they can do something and have done nothing. So I'm not surprised that they're unprepared. There's nothing to be prepared for. but for anybody else that's been outside this party, and I expect, so unfortunately, the opposition in Nigeria is really weak, and they just get distracted with, the unnecessary mundane details. I think that whoever is in opposition has more than enough material and resources to deal with this, with the ruling party. They have more than enough material. Just look at the past 7 years and ask the people, is this, what you want? This is what I do for a living, so I'm not about to give anybody any free advice. There's too much material.
Sure.
There's way too much material.
Sure, thank you very much, Tolu. So, Victor, just like what Tolu said, many of them could not articulate their idea. Many of them, we just had just few of them were able to do that. And what touched me most was the fact that the only female candidate among them, a female aspirant among them, they gave her 2 minutes, a lawyer for that matter. You couldn't even say something for the sake of encouraging other women in politics. You came, you ranted nothing, you stepped down and you left. And then people were like, why? Women for that. No, I was disappointed
You're
actually.
expecting too much.
So Victor, I know you're a life coach. You deal with behavioral, you learn, you talk about behavioral approach, people behavior and their speech and their, so what's the advice? We have the major debates coming up among candidates. So this time around, we want to hear them communicate. We look forward to that. What strategies and would you advise them, these candidates?
Maybe I will even tell the power of Tolu, I'm not here to give free advice. They should contact me. But anyway, the truth is, the reward system is so dilapidated. We are rewarding mediocrity. We are rewarding moral decadence. We're rewarding ill-mannered, lack of values kind of people. We're just rewarding nonchalancy, and it's a problem. Yeah, and like Tolu earlier mentioned, can we begin to think about a third first? Before we got on and said, I told you that how we think about this third first has to be very strategic. When you look at the tech ecosystem and what they had done to really disrupt, traditional businesses, we must come with that kind of spirit, right? But of course, also taking cue, because the truth is, we can throw away the fact that, some of these people had, been working for the positions they are trying to get in for maybe 20 years ago, 20. So it's a roadmap. But oftentimes I see we millennials or we revolutionaries trying to come and say, 4 years election, I've got the clincher. I've got the strategy. We'll take over this nation. You can't take over this nation in 4 years. You can't even take over America. It doesn't happen like that, right? So I think 2 things are critical. 1, have a proper roadmap, and that roadmap has to be built in such a way that we take some intelligence. In as much as these old chaps are, annoying us, but there's some intelligence we need to draw from how they have built the political system. If you must disrupt anything, you must understand how that thing works. And back to what Tolu kept saying, we don't even understand what's the dynamics of we don't understand how it works. When you talk to some, they're just saying some bogus motivational stuff, which is not technical, there's no dynamics as to how the politics works. And I tweeted something a few days ago to really get things to really command the kind of power and the kind of influence, because leadership is intentional influence. So there's no good or bad leader. There's a leader who is either good or bad based on their personal values. So no good or bad leader. Osama was a leader. So he used his skills to, everybody. So you
was Obama.
Osama. Yeah, exactly. Obama too was a leader. So it's about. So again, back to what I tweeted. I said 3 things are critical, right, to build that political influence. Number 1 is, mobilization. Number 2 is money. Number 3 is structure. So you've got to mobilize. You've got to have a structure, and you need money. You can't just be fully thinking that money is not important, so you can't be speaking words. So those 3 things are key. Can we begin to now, because again, you can't change who doesn't want to change. You can only reinvent, someone said something that the old people are irredeemable. Can we begin to recreate a new order? Can we begin to recreate a new pathway? So I think we should rethink this third first, right, and begin to build. Show me a 2050 roadmap. we may not all feature in it, but let's do it for the culture. That's what I think, really.
If that's very apt, actually, both of you. If you check, let's take a look at the pathway of the person that emerged winner of APC. We're talking about Asiwaju Bola Tinubu. If you check from some years back, this man has been on the opposition to the ruling party at that time, and he stayed in that line. And if you watch his processes, his strategy, whether you like it or not, we're not here to campaign or commend him or condemn him, but I just want us, let's just look at his principles, his strategies. So like he worked a long time for this. Even though, yes, there are still some other factor of luck, God, and other things, maybe money, like you said, but this one...
say maybe, absolutely,
yes,
definitely money.
So this is what we young people need to learn. And then more importantly, I'm going to say this to all aspirants, you know, just like I quoted Richmond Dyer Johnson, the Nigerian British executive, is late now. He said, when you open your mouth, you tell the world who you are. Means that they give you opportunity. They think that it's just Nigerians that are, it's not a Nigerian affair. The world is watching. What kind of person do you want the world to remember you as? We were here in Nigeria, we were at least watching aspirant debates in America, in UK, mention those countries. So it's not just about being the president, it's about having an identity of yourself. What kind of person I am. When I come outside to speak, I speak value, I speak intellect, I speak reason. They gave you the ticket or they didn't give you the ticket or you're stepping down for someone should not stop you from communicating. This is what many of the aspirants lacked. So I guess
totally agree with you. You know, and I mean, I always say, you can't give what you don't have.
True.
You know, the truth is, it's actually unfair to demand from someone what they don't have. You know, so if you look at, if you look at the thing that is so complicated, the problems in themselves, solving those problems might be complicated, but I think just on the face of it, the problems are obvious and we can start to solve the problems.
So much has been said already about the importance of coming prepared. You don't just come to the race unprepared. Up next is Tolu. Just stay with us.
So what are the top decisions that the United States considers necessary that Nigeria must take? I like to think of my interactions as conversations, not interviews. And that's why I say asking questions is both an art and a science. Everyone says in Islam, you are allowed to have 4 wives. Is it mandatory? The right question enables answers that educate, inform, clarify, and help you, the viewer, to better understand the issue before making up your mind.
Our goal is to reduce from 10 to 2 days the time it takes to register businesses in Nigeria.
Join me every week on this station Plus TV Africa and gain exclusive access to my conversations. I'm Angela Ajetumobi.
Nigeria's Niger Delta region, from where the black gold fuels Africa's largest economy, where the lines between wealth and poverty has never been thinner. Conflicts, poverty, insecurity, and environmental challenges daily confront the region. How can the Niger Delta story be changed for the better?
Join Mamude Akuga at 9 p.m. every Friday evening on Plus TV Africa as he probes deep in search of solutions.
Inside the Niger Delta with Mamude Akuga, the authentic voice of Nigeria's oil-rich region.
Your PVC is not the answer. Your vote is. The main contenders are in. The aspirants are ready. The real politicking is about to start. The electorate is scared, excited, apprehensive, agitated, and every other emotion in between. The drumming of get a PVC is reaching a favorite pitch. Unfortunately, the almighty PVC will not solve your problems this election season. Only your votes will. So yes, I know, you cannot vote without a PVC. However, recent statistics have shown that the main problem is voter apathy, not actually the PVC in itself. Let's look at some numbers. In 2011, 73,528,000 people registered to vote, but only 53.68% of those people showed up. That's about half of that number. In 2015, 68.833 million people registered to vote, and only 43.6% turned up. Again, less than half of that number. In 2019, the most recent election, there were 82.344 million registered voters, the highest so far in the history of Nigeria, but unfortunately, only 34.75%, way less than half of that number, showed up at the polling station. So for 3 election cycles, 30 million people in the first one, 40 million in the second, and 50 million people, respectively, in the third cycle, registered to vote, but they didn't show up on election day. And that exactly is the problem. Leaders do not win election on election days. Trust me. Election is already ongoing right now. Delegates have chosen your candidates for you. If you're not careful, they will also go ahead and choose your leader for you. Let's put this further in numbers perspective. In 2011, 30 million plus registered voters did not vote. And that election was decided by about 10 million votes. In 2015, 40 million plus registered voters did not vote. And that election was decided by less than 3 million votes. In 2019, about 50 million registered voters still did not vote. And that particular election was divided by 4 million votes. So, does that tell you the actual problem? The actual problem is not your PVCs. It's actually voting on election day. In 2023, what are the margins needed to win this election? Just think about it. It's a numbers game. It's an advocate that will set up a database of voters to constitute a third force. We actually have the numbers. We have the people. We have the funds. Everybody just needs to chip in here and there. We can set up the structure. And we have the youth, technology, we have the diaspora. We have the know-how on our side. We can make a loud statement if we actually vote.
That's a very interesting angle to look at it. It's just like when I'd normally tell startup founders that ideas are $0. Execution is the game.
Absolutely.
It is a person that moves first that gets the answer. Absolutely. So ideas are like the PVC, which is I've gotten the PVC, I've registered, and just putting myself out there openly. I mean, I'm putting myself very responsible to the whole world, right? I checked to just confirm that where I registered my PVC is still intact, and I haven't gone to pick it. I've been scheduling and scheduling. I think with what you've said now, right, you've triggered me to really make our time this week and go get it, because I voted last time and I'd moved places and all of those things. So it just got me thinking that I believe you're correct, that it is not the PVC, it is the vote, which is that day, they're not going to count, let's count how many PVCs that are in, so that let's mark them. This PVC, are you for this person? I'm going to ask PVC questions. They're going to, count votes. And again, the votes that we cast. So I believe it's something that we can start from our space. And here's what I'm proposing, right? I recall then, where I used to work in the last 2 elections, I think 2011 elections, and they would always ask in every stand-up meeting, guys, we've gotten your PVC, you're voting, and sure you come out to vote. So it was always a song, and it was almost like we're going to deduct your salaries if you don't vote. So it was almost like that. But I thought that also triggered some action. I think what we can do is in our space, back to what I said about values, as you're probably chilling out with your friends, guys, how far now? We need to take this in serious. You go to ATM point. Guys, have you gotten your PVC? You just engage people. You get on Uber. You're asking the Uber driver, hope say you go vote, Sha.
Exactly.
Let's begin to consciously, not just say, go and get your PVC. Are you going to come out to vote? I think it's a very good thing.
Because
I love it.
You see, one question actually begets the other.
True.
So if you say, go and get your PVCs, then people get PVCs. They don't show up at election day. But if you say to people to vote, then they understand that to vote, they need to get their PVC. So we're missing the actual point.
That's very intelligent.
The actual point is not the PVC. Because the PVCs there, last election cycle, there were 82 million registered voters.
It's crazy.
Less than 40%. 50 million people refused to vote in that election. Wow. That was won by less than 4 million margins. 4 million people margin. So you must ask yourself, imagine just half of those 50 million people that didn't vote. that comes together and say, you know, this is our candidate, and this is who we're waiting for, we would have a different result.
It's true.
You know, so it's really not the PVC. So the PVC is important, but the voting is more important. So you must begin to ask the question when you meet someone, are you going to vote? And they say, oh, I'm going to vote. Then you say, okay, now go and register, make sure you get your PVC.
Fantastic.
I think we need to start asking that question.
My point is PVCs are not just means of identification. No.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Some of them will tell you, I have my PVC, no go vote. You say, I beg, go get time. I want this to open bank account. That's number one. Number two, the government should try as much as possible to enable the facilitation, to facilitate the process. You want to go to collect your PVC, the crowd there can discourage people. Some people are of weak faith. It's not everybody that is as dogged as you that want to stand long. So, in queue, you know, some Nigerians are easily discouraged. Like today, let me tell you what happened. I was coming from Ojo today. So I was coming, and then on my way, I saw that I saw this mammoth crowd in front of Ojo local government today, as sort of today being so I saw them standing in front of the local government with placard. We need our PVC. We need our PVC. I don't know what was happening. You see? I said, okay. I was like, wow. I wish one
Those
of
are
these,
the movements that we need
so
to be
they should,
happening now.
No, they were there. They actually went to pick up their PVC. Obviously, someone is not responding to them. So the government should try and facilitate the process.
Yes.
We don't make this thing difficult so that people can just do this and get out. Because not everybody have that strength and stamina to stand long and waiting for people. They just discourage and they will go back.
Yes, because again, when I looked at the numbers, right, there are two things conclusions I came to, because numbers don't lie. So it's one of two things. It's either there's actual voter apathy, where people refuse to show up on election day. Or, because remember, these are registered voters, or people actually register and don't pick up their VCs to vote. Or there's a system that's been designed to frustrate people from getting their PVCs. And that in itself is voter suppression.
So you stay for
and
2
voter
days.
suppression is actually an actual crime. So maybe people need to start suing the INEC. Right? Look at the system.
Hold them to higher
Why should it be so
standards.
difficult? If I can walk into a bank and literally 5 minutes I get my debit card out.
Debit card. What can I do?
Why should the PVC be more difficult to get?
Very true.
It's difficult.
We need to
Why should it be more
hold
difficult to
INEC
get?
to a
It must be
very high.
that easy to get. I must literally walk into a space, and in 5 minutes I can get my PVC. But you see, they understand also that the average Nigerian, because the apathy already exists, all they need to do is just trigger it. Trigger that apathy, and you've given up. So they know
that's the margin.
And that's that margin that you're
facilitates
seeing.
rigging. You know.
Absolutely.
Can we talk to Kayode if Kayode is still here with us?
Okay, he's not.
Okay. You know, so that's the margin that
makes the difference.
That facilitates that rigging, because you know someone said, I mean, when I said this, I knew I was correct, right? Which is rigging needs something to trigger it. Nobody just wakes up and says, you know what, I'm just going to. So something there has to be, just like in chemical reaction, you need something that triggers something that triggers something.
I'm not a science student, I don't know.
So he's talking about chain reactions.
Chain reactions, but the truth is, if there is no favorable, and I mean you did biology, so you know photosynthesis, sunlight. So there has to be the perfect condition for photosynthesis to happen. There have to be the condition created consciously or subconsciously for rigging to happen. And oftentimes we are subconsciously creating that condition by what you said. Number one, not going to pick up your PVCs. Number two, the system frustrating you from picking up your PVCs. Number three, picking up the PVCs and not actually going out of vote, saying, I beg, they know who is going to come in. And because of that, so it's now learned helplessness. Since I know that even if I vote, it will not count, right? So because of that, my vote will not count. I refuse to vote, and guess what? If 10 million of me, right, or 10 million people think like me, rigging has been
absolutely, and that's just a fraction of 200 million people.
This is the strategy for rigging.
That is where belief
absolutely
come into place. A lot of Nigerians have lost hope in the country, forgetting that they have no other country. These same Nigerians will have the opportunity of go to America and behave well, go to UK and abide by the principle. Here in Nigeria, you feel I beg, make they go stay their own. Election is public holiday for them. I know a lot of people that will tell you, I beg, let me rest, I beg. This election process is public holiday.
And I think also there's a
country.
Yeah, I'm sorry. So I think also there's a narrative, redesign that I want to start doing. There's a narrative problem, and there's several. So, for instance, someone says, "Oh, my vote will not count." There has to be a narrative shift
around that, right?
Think about it. If your vote does not count, then why are they buying votes?
It counts.
Why are they buying people?
True.
Why are they paying people?
True.
That's because they expect those people to vote, because it's those numbers. Because like you said, there must be a platform for rigging to take place. Someone cannot rig on 0 votes.
Exactly.
You must have 200 votes for him to say, oh, it was 2,000.
Or 2,000.
You saw when they were counting the thing yesterday. The guy went from 79 to 100. You know, yeah, they, you know, during the primaries.
I guess it's
but guess what? He had to account to 79 to get to 100.
Yeah.
The guys that had 0, there's no way they would have gotten 79 in the first place.
Exactly.
So you see, so you have to create first.
That's be an enabler.
Yeah, that must be an enabler.
And we're enabling the rigging by ourselves.
Yeah, so you must make people understand. Every time people say, oh, after all, the vote won't count, you must let them realize that if your vote did not count, why would they be coming to give you money? Because that's because they need you to cast your vote for the rigging to happen. So if you're going to make a change, it's the same environment we have to create. Because think about it. If you have 50 million people not voting, just think about it. In 2019.
It's a very ludicrous number.
And imagine how frustrated we were in 2019. And 50 million people decided not to show up on election day. So the question is, are we actually really tired? You must think about it. Those are heavy numbers. That's a quarter of Nigerian population.
Yeah, not showing up.
Not showing up on election day. And these people registered. So there are critical questions we must be asking ourselves. So that's one narrative. The other narrative is, oh, they already know who is going to be there. If they already know who is going to be there, then why are they conducting elections?
Yeah. So because they spend a lot of money, billions of naira go into planning, preparation.
Yes.
So why do you waste all that money if you know? When you say, guys, this is the new president, thank you, goodbye.
Yes.
You know, so
which is why I'm saying that elections are already taking place now.
Exactly.
Elections are not won election day.
Yeah, exactly.
That's one thing that Nigerians will understand. Elections are not won election day. They're one way before. So look at yesterday now. So today was the deadline to present, candidates for each of the parties. Which means that by today, you have no choice as to who you are going to vote for.
Yeah, except those that are already
as who you vote for. Do you know what I'm saying? So now they've presented 7 people. You must vote for one of these 7 people.
Exactly.
Which is why Nigerians will not come and say, oh, we are voting for the lesser evil. But what happened to you making sure that you had no evil in that mix, in the first place?
Yeah.
Which is why everybody needs to get involved. You need to get involved in politics.
It's a
on your
roadmap.
street, on your community. It takes a while. But I believe that if we start to create that critical mass now, we would absolutely get there. And what's the youth population of Nigeria?
Sure.
You must think about it.
That's why I said we have to encourage religious organizations, religious bodies. They can't say there's no politics should not be mixed with religion. Now we have to mix it now. Tell your members to go and
I think a pastor said that no counseling, no PVC, no counseling.
That's a bit. Sorry.
Pastors and imams.
It was funny, but
that's a bit dicey because the reason it's dicey is because
the
reason why that's a bit dicey is because a lot of times the leaders of these organizations also align with some, politicians. And in the event that the person your leader is aligned with does not align with your own personal values, then how do you? So what I think that the religious bodies need to do is to encourage registration, encourage voting, encourage participation. It's not just to say, oh, go and vote for this person, because a lot of times, we've heard, a lot of some of these people that get involved with some of these politicians, and there's a lot of inconsistencies in that area. So I think that religious bodies need to start encouraging their people to get involved in early participation as well.
What I mean, that's why I said the places of religion should be non-partisan, but should encourage healthy politicking. First things first, encourage your members to get their PVCs. I'm not saying pastors should endorse any candidate. You don't necessarily have to endorse any candidate. Even if you're the pastor, you're running yourself. You don't have the right to compel your members to vote for you. Let your work and your values and your vision and your idea speak for you. Absolutely. But they should go and get their PVC.
I mean,
and vote.
Vote. You need to
get your PVC and vote.
You need to keep adding.
Get your PVC and vote.
So thank you so much. I mean, just for your up, thanks so much for bringing this to fore. It's really amazing what you've said, because that vote is the action, like is the completion of the exercise.
Absolutely.
So once we shift the message to, are you voting? Why are you not voting? Oga, I don't get PVC. Why don't you have PVC?
Exactly.
Oga, so we begin to, take out the root cause of the, but if you say, go and get your I'll get it later. So that means action ends at when I have my PVC. That's what we're subconsciously saying. And what Tolu is, saying today really is to charge us. And again, I'm bringing to bear what I said before. All advocates, right, and everybody in Nigeria, literally, we can control this one, which is the people in your circle of influence. We can actually begin to ask them, are you voting? And it's a very good thing Tolu has said. Thank you so much, Tolu.
Yeah, thank you. So, I mean, absolutely, like I said, until we ask the right questions, sometimes we won't get the right answer. So the question is actually, do you plan to vote? If you plan to vote, then surely you must get a PVC to vote. We thank you for your attention while the program lasted. We hope that our conversations resonated with you and that in some small way, we've been able to encourage you to contribute to your immediate environment. Little drops of water, they say, make a mighty ocean. Don't forget, the advocacy continues on our social media platforms on Facebook, Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocates NG, and on Twitter and Instagram at Plus TV Africa, hashtag The Advocates NG. To catch up with previous broadcasts, go to plustvafrica.com/The Advocates NG. Don't forget to subscribe to our YouTube channel, Plus TV Africa, and Plus TV Africa Lifestyle. Join us next week, same time on this station. Let's keep advocating for a better society. See you next time. Bye-bye.
Juggling, acrobatic display, and dancing are some of the acts you will see from the God Knows Best Academy, a local unicycling team in Lagos. The team was started by Olalekan 6 years ago. He tried to get a job but could not, so he tried his hands on comedy, football, skating, before he settled into cycling, training young boys and building a team.
I actually started from my family house, family compound back then, in about 6 years ago. That's in Bariga. So I started riding it because I couldn't gain admission. So I started skating, and all of a sudden my friend introduced me to this recycling thing. So I was like, what's this stupid thing, this one tire bike? I never knew the bike is my destiny. So actually the bike has taken me to a lot of places. Fortunately for me, I'm African representative of it. I've been to a lot of shows, I've been to a lot of events through this recycling of a thing. When I was doing it alone then, to me, I felt like it would be very nice if we can be many, like only me. I think I was very happy and I got some popularity, like, hey, he's doing the Oyibo thing, this one, that one, but I felt bored along the line, like, why only me doing this thing? Maybe I should teach others. So I tried to teach the adults then. So I found out that it's more difficult to teach the adults, that the kids are better because they have nothing to think about or to care for. So I think, so that was when I discovered that it's better for me to look at age 12 downward than 17, 18.
I was outside of our house the other day, so I saw them riding a one-tire bicycle. So I was like, how do they ride this one? So my brother told me that, are you going to learn? So I decided to say that yes, I'd rather learn unicycle to go and do a business or to learn a work. So that's how I joined the unicycle. We go for a show, we go for an event, so we go to different types. I've been to a hotel, I've been to one Lagos Fiesta, so we won 1 million. So the money that we got from the 1 million, we used to do all this unicycle, so our coach used to feed us.
starting the academy was more difficult because unicycle was barely known. Like they're like, I'd rather put my children in dancing, in singing, than this one bike thing. That what's it used for? What was this one? But along the line, we started getting attention, recognition, newspaper, TV interview. And like, wow, I want to be my child. I want to be my daughter. This year so far we've had about 3 shows now. The 4th one is coming up in Ibadan. Yeah, Bengade in Calaf Matters. When I take them out, they get paid like, take this 2K, that was beginning, take this 10K, give it to your mom, give it to your dad. So like, are you sure say you know if the money come out? So the boy or the girl like, call my coach now, he gave me. So they're like, wow, this thing is making money. Definitely the future will be bright and clear. So that's one of the first conviction they had, like, if this thing they bring money for my child, then why is he not doing it? So I think their only fear was, it should not break leg, it should not break hand. And for every parent that's not close to me, I think they are the most scared one, like, it go break leg, go. But then I will not tell them, this thing money they deal. So that's how I really convince some of them. So far, I think God has been good to us. Even the most difficult trick we had, like riding on the bare bottle, I can tell you that we really have like maybe 10% of injury out of 100. So we don't always have a critical injuries or anything.
My parents told me that the other day that they saw me with this unicycle, they told me that, are you not going to break your leg? So I tell them that, no, ma, I'm not going to break my leg. We have a coach, so our coach is going to put us through how they ride this unicycle. So since that day, my mom and dad saw me riding a unicycle, so they was like happy. So they decided to tell me that, oh yeah, are you going to start going to train? And I decided, I said that, yes.
Most of his cyclists are male. Why aren't there more female cyclists?
For a female to stay with us is a very big, difficult issue. But I think when we have a proper academy, we can definitely have rooms for them.
6 years down the line, with 17 students in his God Knows Best Academy, Lakon has big dreams, including owning a physical space he can train more cyclists.
Currently, I think we have a space issue, like we need a proper academy. We need funds, like we need help with their school as well and other kits. 2 plots of land will be fine for now. Like, so I'm thinking of buying property in Bariga, which I started from. So I feel like building it there. There is no Western African unicycling competition, but there is World, which is Unicorn. Unicycling competition, it takes place every 2 years. So it's one of my biggest dreams. And also maybe I can win Grammy someday like Burna Boy. When I started, my first goal was to make unicycle a global image, like, for example, in Nigeria. So when I met the International Federation, they were like, they never knew unicycle sports exist here in Nigeria. That the two things they know about Nigeria, one is crime and second one is poverty. That's what the media are showing to them. But here is a black man doing this kind of stuff. So they were so excited to support me then, because it's only South Africa that is well recognized on international level. So right now, I think I'm taking it beyond unicycling thing. I'm trying to make it like a music brand, like a comedy brand, whereby there's no events in Nigeria or there's no big events in Lagos State that you will not need GKB. So it's now beyond unicycle. It's more of circus of different acts now.
We hope all his dreams come true.
Hey, what's up, guys? You're welcome to another edition of Plus Event, and I remain your host, Ifeoluwa Osuke.
Your absence isn't an excuse anymore, as Plus Events is all you need, as we bring you the glitz, the glamour, and loads of fun.
Oh, definitely.